one way of waking everybody up, including myself, on a Monday morning. Ambassador Yang from the Republic of Korea, great friend of the Institute. It's very good to be working with you today again, with the embassy, and of course with the Korea Africa Foundation, with whom we also have an MOU, which we signed a couple of years ago. I can't quite remember when. Anyway, I'll have to remember that. Also very good to welcome SAI's National Chairman, Moeletsi Mbeki. And I think, there we go. And Ambassador Lali from DIRCO. Very good to have you here, and welcome. And then all other protocol observed. Over the last few years, SAI has done quite a bit of work and collaboration with Korean think tanks, with the Korean embassy, on exploring the relations between Korea and Africa more broadly. And of course, this year we had the first Korea-Africa summit a few months ago, which opened up, I think, a host of new possibilities and re-energized what I think is a very a relationship with huge opportunities. Clearly, for the African continent, there has been tremendous interest from external actors to engage with the continent on multiple levels. I think the African Continental Free Trade Area itself provides huge opportunities for companies outside the continent, and I think that has been an area where which has fostered a lot of interest. And it's not just about the trade, of course, it's also about the investment, because the underpinnings of the African Continental Free Trade Area are very much about creating regional value chains. And regional value chains are about creating investment opportunities that where companies can be linked up across the region to produce products that then benefit from the African Continental Free Trade Area. The Korea-Africa Summit also focused on one of the issues that is going to be already increasingly important in the world, and that's the issue of critical minerals. It's important because we're talking about green technology, green industrialization. We're talking about the transition to low carbon economies, and Africa, and indeed South Africa, are blessed with many of these important minerals. The challenge for African countries is to make sure that we're able to see those reap the benefits for us, not just in terms of exporting of raw materials, but certainly in terms of value addition. And here, of course, another important dimension of a partnership between Korea and Africa is that of technology transfer and technology cooperation. Because I think the other point we must always bear in mind is that we actually do have significant knowledge hubs on the continent, not least in South Africa, where we are also innovating and developing technologies. And on many of these issues, whether it's on green industrialization or science and technology, hydrogen economy, etc., I think there are a number of fertile areas where we can collaborate, not just about technology transfer. Two other areas that are going to be the focus of this morning's discussion, of course, are health and education. We know that one of the most important areas that can lead to Africa's development is the issue of really maximizing and optimizing our human resources capabilities. And so that's the one dimension where there can be some really good and fruitful cooperation. And then the other one, of course, is on health. Health over the years, particularly in the particularly from the pandemic onwards, I think has received a lot of focus on the continent, not least in South Africa. It's about creating a degree of autonomy, shall we say, in terms of, for example, vaccine production and so on. And I think we've seen the first steps in that direction in the last 4 or 5 years. And again, there in terms of Korea-Africa cooperation, I think is a great opportunity to learn from each other and to see how we can take these forward. So now that I've done a bit of a sketch of the program, it's just to say a couple of final points. You know, we're at a time in global affairs where I think cooperation is absolutely crucial. It's essential for all the transnational global challenges that we face, but it is also a time when such cooperation is at its most fragile. And I think there is a very important role that countries like South Africa and countries like Korea, they are mid-sized powers. They play an important role and make an important contribution to global governance. I put in parentheses here that we're not always happy with the rules of global governance, but it doesn't mean we don't want global governance. So we have two important mid-sized powers in Asia and in Africa who are committed to a world where there is global cooperation, which is based on rules that apply to all, and who also, I think, are very much aware that without a system that functions, where we can all cooperate, we're all going to go to the proverbial hell in a handbasket. So I think at the geopolitical level, there are also huge opportunities for cooperation among our two countries at this particular juncture. And I think more broadly for mid-sized powers who have an interest in a stable and fair and just world order. And I think those points are also important in the context of the G20 summit that is happening today and tomorrow. This is something that certainly President Lula has pushed very much in terms of justice and solidarity and equality, and indeed something that our own president and our own G20 presidency next year is going to focus on. And we're both countries members of the G20. And so there, I think, again, when we talk about some of the big global changes that have to occur in order to ensure that the system remains stable and fair and becomes fairer, I think there are things that we share and that we can build on. So let me leave it there. I think I've probably exceeded my mandate. But thank you all very much. A very big thank you to the Embassy of the Republic of Korea and indeed to the Korea-Africa Foundation and Durka that is always supporting these initiatives and size engagements in international affairs. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Elizabeth, for those welcoming remarks and an introduction that's laid the foundation for today's discussion. It is now my honor to welcome to the front His Excellency Dong Han Yang, Ambassador of the Republic of Korea. Round of applause for him as he comes up, please.
So thank you, Program Director, and good morning to all. I'd like to begin by extending my heartfelt appreciation to Elizabeth for your great cooperation to host today's event and for the insightful and comprehensive introduction. And also I'd like to extend my heartfelt appreciation to Ambassador Lali and Chairman Mbeki for today's event. And Excellencies and distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, before I begin, I would like to express my deepest condolences to Ms. Numa Grover-Bella, who recently passed away. Our thoughts and prayers are with her family and her colleagues at this difficult time. Distinguished guests, we are here today to explore together the future that will be built on the strong partnership between Korea and South Africa. Today's meeting is all the more timely and meaningful following the Korean-Africa Summit in last June, which affirmed the Korean government's unwavering commitment to cooperate with Africa and ahead of South Africa's presidency of the G20 starting in December this year. I believe that shared growth, sustainability, and solidarity will be the beacons of our cooperation as the theme announced at the Korea-Africa Summit. These are also aligned with South Africa's G20 theme of solidarity, equality, and sustainable development. I would like to briefly unpack the future of Korea and South Africa under these themes. The first to address is shared growth. Our two countries have been helping each other when we needed most since the 1950s. Long before the establishment of diplomatic relationship in 1992, South African soldiers who fought in the Korean War made great sacrifices to defend our freedom and democracy. South African veterans will always remain vivid in the heart of the Koreans, and the Korean government efforts to honor them will continue to expand. Also, Korea and South Africa share a common history of overcoming the pain of colonialism and achieving democratization. Now is the moment South Africa to advance boldly on its path toward economic prosperity, building upon the foundation of 3 decades of democracy. Korea hopes to sincerely share its experience of industrialization with South Africa and continue further to South Africa's economic development. Since the establishment of diplomatic relations, the two countries have expanded cooperation in all areas of economy, politics, society, and culture. As a result, South Africa is now Korea's largest trading partner in Africa, enjoying an annual trade surplus of $2.6 billion. In 2022, when we commemorate the 30th anniversary of our diplomatic relations, our two countries launched the Ministerial Joint Cooperation Commission to provide a framework for advancing our bilateral cooperation. I'm confident that now is the opportune moment to further expand our trade and investment cooperative ties. In line with the full implementation of AFCFTA, the Korean government will strengthen the institutional framework for expanding trade and investment with South Africa, a gateway to Africa. In particular, there is a great potential for bilateral cooperation in the energy and nuclear power sectors. I welcome the signing of an MOU last week between the South African Nuclear Energy Corporation and the Korea Electric Power Corporation. We look forward to enhanced mutual information exchanges, sharing of best practices and experience, and exploration of opportunities for cooperation in the nuclear field. Investment in education is also critical for the shared growth of both countries. At the Korea-Africa Summit, the Korean government announced Tech for Africa, an initiative to build capacity in the digital sector in Africa. In this connection, the Korean embassy, together with Samsung and other leading Korean IT companies, will continue to support ICT education and vocational training in South Africa, as well as development assistance for digital devices to disadvantaged primary and secondary schools. Last month, I met with Chairman Mbeki to discuss ways in which our two countries can collaborate on human capital development. I look forward to in-depth discussions and the suggestions from experts of both countries at this afternoon session. Secondly, our two countries will promote sustainable development in order to jointly respond to global challenges. On the occasion of the Korea-Africa Summit, the leaders of Korea and Africa launched the Korea-Africa Critical Minerals Dialogue with the aim of stabilizing global supply chains. Through this dialogue, Korea will support the capacity of African countries for sustainable and clean development of minerals. Responding to health crisis is also high on the agenda. The Korea Disease Control and Prevention Agency will collaborate with the African CDC for the establishment of an infectious disease information and surveillance system and infectious disease-related laboratory systems. We are keenly aware that South Africa has the capacity to manufacture vaccines for Africa against future pandemics, which leaves a great need for bilateral cooperation. The Korean embassy is discussing ways discussing with relevant South African authorities for the provision of small X-rays to help fight tuberculosis, the #1 killer in South Africa. As will be covered in more detail in the second session, today we look forward to continuing to contribute to the development of vaccines and diagnostic devices in South Africa through the Korean government Health Research Fund. In addition, we look forward to closer cooperation between South Africa and Korea, not only at the bilateral level, but also at the multilateral level, such as the G20, to respond to the global challenges, including climate change and food security. Thirdly, strengthening solidarity for international peace and security. Geopolitical fragmentation is intensifying and conflicts continue to rage in various parts of the world. This is one of the reasons why South Africa is increasingly recognized for its role as a leader in the Global South in promoting peaceful resolution of conflicts and the values of human rights and liberal democracy. Furthermore, the recent situation on the Korean Peninsula urgently needs the attention and support of South Africa and African countries. The leaders attending the Korea-Africa Summit reaffirmed the principle that all members of the international community must faithfully implement relevant UN Security Council resolutions in order to achieve the complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. In particular, South Africa, as a voluntary nuclear weapon-free state, is leading the denuclearization debate in the international community. In this regard, I would like to draw close attention to the grave situation where North Korea continues to threaten peace and security, not only on the Korean Peninsula, but also around the world through its continued advancement of its nuclear and missile programs and deployment of North Korean troops into Russia. In this vein, we look forward to South Africa playing an important role in ensuring North Korea to immediately abandon its nuclear program and returns to dialogue. Korea will further strengthen its support for the UNPKO and AU peace and security activities to promote peace and security in Africa, and will continue to work closely with African countries for international peace and security as a non-permanent member of the UN Security Council for the 2024-2025 term. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before I conclude, I would like to quote President Madiba, who was moved by the respect and courtesy expressed to him by the Korean people during his state visit to Korea in July 1995. I quote, "Korea is a very beautiful country. Give me Korea and I will give you South Africa," end quote. 3 decades have passed, yet his voice continues to resonate in my ears. Let us create the best synergies between our two beautiful countries. I will do my best to bring Korea's sincerity and practical tools for enhancing the cooperation with South Africa. With that being said, I eagerly anticipate the productive discussions and interactions we will engage in throughout our dialogue today. Lastly, I wish to extend my heartfelt appreciation to Her Excellency Ambassador Lali for graciously dedicating her time to join us today. And I would also like to express my sincere gratitude to Elizabeth and the staff of SIA and our embassy and all the panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, for those opening remarks. And it is also my singular honor to welcome Her Excellency Ambassador Zodwa Lali, Acting Deputy Director General for Asia and the Middle East at the Department of International Relations and Cooperation. We are extremely grateful for you joining us this morning, given that you're not feeling so well. We're quite honored that you're able to be here. So please, for your congratulatory remarks.
Thank you very, very much, Madam Program Director. Good morning. If I may please start by requesting you to bear with me. I'm not dying of anything. I, just like most people at this time, suffer from seasonal allergies, and the attack has been particularly strong. So my voice is not the best, but I hope that if I don't have dulcet tones, at least I will still be audible. Your Excellency, Mr. Dong Heng Yang, Ambassador of the Republic of Korea to South Africa, the Chair of SAIA, Mr. Moeletsi Mbeki, representatives of the Korea Africa Foundation, ambassadors and high commissioners, Madam Elizabeth Sidiropoulos, CEO of SAIA, members of the diplomatic corps, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor and a privilege for me to be invited to participate in this event. On behalf of my department, the Department of International Relations and Cooperation, I wish to express my congratulations for this collaborative initiative between your embassy, Your Excellency, the Korea Africa Foundation, and SAIA. Your convening this event is indeed very timely. I look forward to today's discussions and hope that they will consolidate the Korea-Africa partnership outcomes with possible synergies to G20 objectives. As you've already pointed out, the theme of the Korea-Africa Summit and the priorities that we have also selected for our G20 presidency as soon as Brazil hands over to us are very, very similar. Ours being equality, solidarity, and sustainability. And we trust that these will find expressions as we interact going forward. South Africa and the Republic of Korea share quite warm bilateral relations with the potential for increased sectoral cooperation. With reference to the theme of today's event, that is Korea-South Africa, future dialogue, shared growth, sustainability, and solidarity. The Republic of Korea is a major economic partner for South Africa, as you've already indicated, Excellency. You have a sizable investment in our country, and investments by Korean companies in South Africa, such as Hyundai, Kia, LG, Samsung, etc., highlight the confidence that your country places in our country as a destination for your investment and for our shared economic development. This economic partnership has the potential for increased trade and investment in the future. And this investment is very important, not only in our country, but in our continent, in line with our objectives for industrialization that we seek to pursue through the African Continental FTA, which you have also referenced. I also wish to acknowledge the focus of the summit on critical minerals as expressed by the CEO. And I'm sure you're aware that one of our, call them ambassadors emeritus, Ambassador Nozipho Mxakato Tiseko, is currently placed in the office of the United Nations Secretary General, looking into this particular matter on behalf of Africa. On sustainability, South Africa and the Republic of Korea are working towards increased cooperation in the fields of energy, as you've referenced, health, education, skills development through capacity building and knowledge sharing, and women empowerment. We are very proud that your country has opened your doors to our graduates to teach English. This gesture addresses the challenge of youth unemployment in South Africa, and we applaud your government for this opportunity. On solidarity, we, together with yourselves, recognize the need for mutual support to address global challenges, and especially the importance for Africa in addressing the nexus between peace and security, and economic prosperity. And regarding the ability for Africa to deal with pandemics and to ensure that we're able to produce our vaccines, I'm sure that the audience is aware that following the shock we went through as a country and as a continent during COVID, our president, His Excellency, President Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, continues to be the AU's chair in this regard. As a result, he spends a lot of time strengthening Africa's CDCs. And this is a task that he takes very seriously, because it cannot be that a continent of our size would always stand at the back of the queue when these pandemics hit and hope for kindness from those who have. So it's very important for us to build our own capacity. I also wish to indicate that as we prepare to assume the G20 presidency in 2 days' time, we look forward to working closely with all G20 members as we place South Africa's development at the top of the agenda. We hope that deliberations today will strengthen the Republic of Korea's sectoral cooperation with Africa and South Africa in the field of education, health, human resource development, and women empowerment, as already indicated. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I really look forward to great deliberations as we engage and build a better future for all of us based on human solidarity. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Another round of applause, please, for the opening session. That brings us to the end of the opening session, and we will swiftly move on to the first session. I will call up Ms. Elizabeth Sideropoulos to the front, who will then introduce and call up her panel, and then we will kick off for the first discussion. Elizabeth, the floor is yours. Can we please have some roving mics for the front?
Okay. Yes, no, is there a roving mic? There will be. So just to introduce everybody, from my right, Dr. Junhua Cho, Research Fellow at the Asia Africa Center, Seoul National University. It's very good to have you back in South Africa and good that you're here. And Professor Garth Shelton, from Wits University, who also needs no introduction in terms of his long-standing work on East Asia. And then online, and I did catch the name, yes, it is there, she's there, Mary Noel Nokolo from the African Center for Economic, it should be Economic Transformation, isn't it? I see it's got studies here. Who works on G20 and Compact with Africa coordinator. Welcome, Marie Noel. So Marie Noel is joining us virtually, and we'll start with our two speakers who are in the room, and then we'll move on to Marie Noel. Right. Okay.
Oh.
So they've already got it.
So can you see the PPT materials? Meanwhile, let me introduce myself again. I'm Junhua Cho, and from Research Fellow and Asian and Africa Center of Seoul National University. And yeah, our center launched like 3 years ago. It was kind of first time established, named as like Africa in Seoul National University. So which means now South Korean governments, including South Korean universities, are very interested in African relations. And I joined the center as a founding member, and then I've been working lots of things. And then of course I met Asaya this year, and then we did lots of MOU signing as well. And then we hope for have future collaborations too. So, yeah, thank you. Yeah. Always. How many minutes? 10 to 15. Yeah, so thank you for having me again. And then let me start my presentation. So today I'm going to talk about like 3 points. First, I'm going to talk about background of Korean and Africa Summit. And second, I'm going to talk about Korean and Africa Summit in the context of the South Africa. And lastly, I would like to mention the future directions of Korean and South Africa, and by and large, Korean and Africa too. So in June, there is a 2024 Korean and Africa Summit. And 48 African countries attended and 10 bilateral meetings held at the level of the presidential level between those countries, those African countries and South Korea. Actually, when I did study about Korean and Africa relations in 2014, I was kind of jealous that there are always lots of Asian countries did summit meetings, but I didn't expect that Korea this quickly did Africa Summit though in 2024. So which means most of African countries who got invitation letters from South Korean government mostly attended this time in June. So let me briefly talk about history of Korean and Africa relations. I would like to highlight there are big differences before the 2000s and after the 2000s. So during the Cold War, South Korean foreign policy towards Africa was political oriented, which is about the one Korean policy against the North Korea. So basically means both North Korea and South Korea request African countries to choose between them. Whereas now, after the Cold War, after the 20s, the South Korean foreign policy towards Africa, I would say, utilitarian-oriented foreign policy, including international development and the future partnerships. So before the summit meeting, actually South Korea has been doing lots of forums with Africa. As you can see on the right side, Korean and Africa Forum by Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Korea-Africa Economic Cooperation by Ministry of Finance, and Korea-Africa Trade and Industry Cooperation Forums by Ministry of Industries. And also now, since the 2006, Korean president made a tour of Africa, including such as Egypt, Nigeria, Algeria, South Africa, DR Congo, Ethiopia, and Uganda, and Kenya. So when you look at the statistics of Korean and Africa relations, which is from the OECD DAC statistics between 2020 and 2021, Korea still give lots of ODAs, international development projects focusing on Asian countries, roughly 30%, and those top 10 recipients from Asian countries as well. But the African countries is a second largest portions from Korean ODA and Korean international project. And among the top 10 recipients, there are 2 African countries, which are Ethiopia and Tanzania. And when it comes to the sectors, Korean ODA projects are focusing on mainly education and health and social infrastructures. So what South Korean government have a strategy? So in order to focus all the African countries, they also pick up certain African countries we call country partnership strategy. So this strategy is every year selected by different African countries. And from 2023, which means last year, to 2028, there are 27 countries are selected, and 7 countries are African countries, which are Ghana, Rwanda, Ethiopia, Uganda, Senegal, Egypt, and Tanzania. So over the last 10 years, as you can see on the right side, there are top 10 countries, those who got the ODA from South Korea. The first one is Ethiopia, and second one is Rwanda, and Uganda, Tanzania, Senegal, Ghana, DR Congo, Kenya, and Cameroon, and Morocco. So briefly explaining, Ethiopia participated in Korean War, and they have lots of historical relationships between Ethiopia and Korea. So Korea focused on Ethiopia for the ODA and the lots of projects. And what about Rwanda? Rwanda is as Rwanda is quite small landlocked country compared to the other African countries, and then they don't have lots of natural resources. But why do Korea very interested in Rwanda is because of the good governance sense. because South Korea, as a latecomer, they want to complete kind of good projects with good African countries. So Rwanda is likely to have a good capacities to complete ODA project. So South Korea, as a latecomer, did lots of aid project with Rwanda. And the other countries you can see, like DR Congo for the minerals, and the other African countries for the future markets. So those countries are that South Korean government have given lots of ODAs. So what is the statistics between the South Korean and South Africa? I would like to highlight that South Africa is not a recipient country as other African countries, which means South Korean government didn't give lots of aid to South Africa, as you can see on the left side. But South Korea have done for the cooperation in terms of the development consultation and with the small grants and with the KOICA fellowship program, as you can see over the last 10 years. So I would like to highlight that there is no such kind of one approach to the African strategy. And also the South Africa itself is also very different from the other African countries in terms of the bilateral relations. And this is the joint statement of 2024 Korean and Africa Summit that last June. So there are 3 pillars they declared, and I just put it economy and development and politics issues. So when it comes to the economic agenda, they noted institutional framework, which South Korea would like to, willing to have agreements such as economic partnership agreement, trade and investment promotion frameworks, and so on, in order for Korean privates or both for 2 parties to promote more trade and investment more and more. And they noted in the statement for the future cooperation sectors, which are enhancing capacities for Pan-African payment and settlement system, which means South Korea willing to support capacity buildings in terms of ICT-oriented payment system and so on. And when it comes to the sustainability, I would say area of development, they noted 5 areas: climate change, food insecurity, and health crisis, and energy crisis and supply chain. For instance, in terms of the food insecurity, South Korean government launched K-Rice Belt initiatives in order to promote productivity of the rice, basically. And also from South Korean perspectives, they are very fascinating on establishment of Korean and Africa critical minerals dialogue. That's what South Korean government at the moment highlighting. And when it comes to the politics, it's kind of, both 2 parties are reaffirming of existing United Nations Security Council's resolutions in terms of the Gaza issues and denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. So in the end of the statement, joint statement, they noted that South Korea is going to expanding official development assistance up to $10 billion by 2030, and about $14 in exporting financing will be provided to Korean companies by 2030 to encourage their activities in Africa in order to stimulating trade and investment with Africa. So these kind of promises and activities can be reviewed in 2016 when there will be a foreign ministers meetings. So based on this statement, I would like to highlight 5 points. So now Korea is emerging and middle player in African continent, which means Korean government should be aware their policy can influence African countries and African continent in terms of the development policies as well. And also now South Korean government wants to institutionalize framework in terms of the economic agreements and critical minerals, so on. And they promised increase in ODA and investment budget as well. But there are also challenges that there is a lack of role from African side, as well as lack of the following a plan from Korean side in order to monitoring what they promised through the joint statement. But here I would like to highlight that Africa is a diverse continent. It is very difficult to make just one approach. So there are lots of approaches overlapped between the bilateral strategies as well as multilateral strategies as well. So what is the meaningful for the Korean and Africa Summit in context of South Africa? I think it's time for seeking and making a common interest between South Korea and Africa. So I just noted 3 dimensions, which are political collaboration, economic collaboration, and cultural collaboration. When it comes to the political collaboration, I think South Korea and South Africa they have a common identity as an emerging power and middle power. What is the importance of the middle power is actually middle powers can have a leverage in order to negotiate certain issues that big powers cannot touch. So especially multilateral relations and international groups. So for instance, like global governance reform, when they talk about development issues, probably South Korea and South Africa can cooperate those kind of issues compared to any other big powers or small powers or middle powers, for instance. So I think those kind of political collaboration can be done by first co-project by South Korea and South African project, I guess, for the upcoming G20 meetings, for instance. And also there is economic collaborations. And I think in South Africa, in Korea is quite good in terms of the management of public enterprises. But in South Africa, lots of people said that there is a kind of lack of the management in terms of the public companies, but because of the tragic legacy of the history. So I think South Africans focus on social justice-oriented enterprise system. So I think in this area, South Korean public enterprises can also help for South African enterprises to support their management, to improve their management. And also it is also good for South Korean public enterprises to learn about the social justice-oriented mind and principles as well. And also, when it comes to the economic collaboration, South Korea and South Africa can collaborate with the critical minerals as well. And then lastly, there is a cultural collaboration. The English teachers in Korea, the South African English teachers are ranked third after US and UK. And there is a K cultures in South Africa as well. And also I would like to highlight, there need to be some kind of more academic exchanges. For instance, establishing more Asian studies in South Africa, African studies in South Korea. So for the upcoming 2024 G20, I just want to propose some, probably Korean president will make a tour of Africa at that point of time and try to regularization of Korean and South Africa policy consultant meeting by the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Actually, it is already existing, but I think through these meetings, I hope that they can narrow down what they can, or sit down what they can make a common interest together. And also during the G20 meetings, global governance reform issues can reflecting policy of Seoul Consensus on Development in 2010. That can be a kind of basement for two parties to discuss about the development issues for the world. So let me conclude. With the kind of pictures. Actually, I like South African wine, and in Korea, it's extremely hard to find out South African wine. And yeah, and it's okay. So when I traveled wineries in Cape Town, I always ask why you don't export your wines to South Korea? And I got an answer, because the South African wineries always export their wine through the distributors. And South Korean shops also import wines from the distributors. Distributors are usually European countries, European companies or American companies. So what I realized that probably by having a chance of the Korean and Africa Summit, it might be the great time to pave a way to see and understand each other between Asia and Africa directly, not through the Europe or the third parties. That's what I want to make a conclusion for today's presentation. And thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Choi. I think you ended it on the perfect note. So if there's one thing we've got to get right is getting wine into South Korea. Right, I cannot agree more. Right, over to you, Prof. Yeah.
I have a slideshow. Thank you. While we're waiting for the slideshow, excuse me, I've been to Korea about 10 times, and Dr. Choi, I must say, I found wine. You know, I had 2 students with me as translators, and I bet them like $5 each time we entered a department store to find the wine. The wine is actually on the lowest shelf of the winery. If you go right to the bottom, and they told us because we don't pay extra. If you pay extra, you're in the mid-range, where you're walking, you will see French, etc. wines. But it's right at the bottom. So I did find a lot of wine. So I think what you and I must do is trying to get the wine moved up the ranks to the higher shelf. You know, when I go back to Korea. You know, things on eye level sell faster. But if you crawl around in South Korea, I promise you'll find South African wine. I got students to help me look for it. Okay, and just a matter of interest, Ambassador, I'm the first South African to visit Dokdo Island, which is unusual. There's only 2 South Africans have been to Dokdo. It's a special little island. And I made sure I was the first off the ferry boat. So I'm the first South African to visit Dokdo Island. Okay, I'm still waiting for my presentation. So I can tell you I love Korea. Wonderful country. Lots to do, lots to see. I've got lots of pictures to show you as well when it comes up. Okay, let me start with my first part of the slides. When they arrive, we'll catch up with slides. I've given myself 4 tasks today in 10 minutes, and I'll go fast, so bear with me. Talk about the Korea-Africa Summit. Korea and Africa, what's the way forward following the Korea-Africa Summit? Then I'll talk about Korea and South Africa, and I'm going to mention 7 specific MOUs, which we must sign next year. Just an idea. And then the G20, Korea and South Africa. And there I've got 6 suggestions for us. So that's the plan, right? We are here to think, make suggestions. So of course you don't have to accept my suggestions, but it'll be good if you do. Okay, I'm still waiting for my slides. They're there. I know they're there. I brought them earlier and they said to me, it's fine. It's the date with my name. Otherwise you're going to get slides from China. So just a little bit more introduction. I teach on Northeast Asia at Wits University, which includes China, Japan, and Korea. So I do China a lot. I was 4 times in China this year, actually. I'm still jet lagged from the last one 2 weeks ago, so bear with me. But China's got 38 think tanks which study Africa, 38. I've discovered 16 connections in South Korea, which I'll share with you later. So China's very focused on Africa. So there's always opportunity to go to China, but Korea, of course, very important. So I visit there as much as possible as well. Earlier, they said it's fine. They told me 3 times. There, you see, they waved again. Think it's coming. Sorry about that. I have no control. There's no power at this. There's no touch. There's nothing I can touch. There's nothing I can do. First time I've ever done a presentation without any control. It's quite interesting. Okay, so I'm just going to continue. When the slides catch up, we'll catch up with them. I wanted to say a little bit about Korea's economic miracle. Korea is a unique country. And I think if we have a discussion about South Korea, we have to talk about their economic miracle. We have to say a little bit about that so we understand them. So that's in my slides when they come. The Korea-Africa Forum, or the Korea-Africa Summit, which was held recently, I would argue is a great success. And we have to think of the future now. What's the way forward? So I'm going to look at, I've got 5 trends in Africa, which I think are very important. And I would argue that going forward, Korea and Africa need to look at those 5 trends in Africa, those very important trends, and see how we can work together to harness those trends for mutual benefit. Then I will look G20. So a few words on the G20. I think what we have to do is define what is the G20 anyway? What is the definition of the G20? Is it purely focused on economic growth? Does it include environmental issues? Does it include political issues? For me, there are many different definitions of the G20. I think once we define what the G20 is, then I think we, Korea and South Africa, can perhaps find some way to work together to strengthen the G20. I would argue the G20 is mainly about promoting sustainable economic growth. That would be my suggestion. But of course, there's other views on that. So, and then I have 6 suggestions for cooperation on the G20 in Korea. Okay, let me continue. The slides will come eventually. So in 1953, South Korea was one of the poorest countries in the world. They had no raw materials, no oil. But within about 30 years, South Korea became the 9th or the 10th richest country in the world. So whenever I go to South Korea, I ask, how did you do this? You have no raw materials. But within a relatively short space of time, you became one of the richest countries in the world. And they said it's through education. Almost every second person I meet in South Korea has a PhD. Okay? Everybody studies to the highest level, constantly. And a lot of them, if you close your eyes, it sounds like you're in the United States. They all speak with American accents. So it's a very interesting country in that respect. I always tell my students, you must be like our Korean brothers and sisters. Never stop studying. Study forever. Okay, education is the key. If you don't have any natural wealth under the ground, you must be educated. That's what they say. And they say that's why Korea is successful. If they had gold and oil under the ground, they'd relax more, play more golf, because they're rich automatically. But they're not rich, so they work extremely hard. And of course, Korea's economic model is based on low-cost manufacturing, which means low labor cost. Oh, sure, okay. Okay, so we're going to try and load it again, but I'll just continue, don't worry. We'll get the slides later and we'll just go through them quickly. So the economic focus has been on manufacturing, based on low labor cost and export to the world. Okay, so if you want to get rich fast, you have to have high quality education. You have to manufacture products which rich countries will purchase from you. And your labor costs must be very low. And you need to protect your domestic markets. There's a lot of debate in the world today about tariffs. If you're a developing country, probably you need tariffs. Not developed countries, but developing countries like us. We probably need tariffs to protect our domestic market. For me, that is one of the lessons of the Korean economic miracle. Okay, so recently we had the Korea-Africa Forum. And that's is quite interesting because there are 2 other important forums which I should mention. That is TCAD, which is the Tokyo Forum, which is Korea's forum, and FOCAC, which is China's forum. And I think to a certain extent, the Korea Forum is taking ideas, suggestions from the others. So there's a competition with our Asian friends to engage with the African continent. And I think this is a very good thing, because basically then we have 3 Asian development partners, all of them offering something different. So I think it's wonderful if we can have a lot of people interested in our continent. There are a lot of countries interested in Africa. So that's really helpful. So I see we have 3 development partnerships, one with Japan, one with China, one with South Korea. And each of those can offer something different. So we're very fortunate to have those partnerships. And I think we should develop all 3 at the same time. Okay, nothing wrong with that. I noted that the recent Korea-Africa Forum talked about shared growth, sustainability, solidarity, etc., which we know. All 3 are good. Then the way forward. How are we going to go forward? What is the next step? I think we need to monitor. Sorry, that's just wonderful pictures of South Korea. We need to monitor and assess the outcomes of the recent Korea-Africa Forum. And we have to think about, will we have another forum in 3 years' time? And if we do, what will be the focus in 3 years' time? So I think there are 5 trends in Africa which should guide us in talking about the way forward. There are 5 trends which I think are very important if Korea and South Africa want to work together, Korea and Africa. First one is population growth in Africa. There'll be approximately 2 billion people in Africa by the year 2050. So we have rapid economic growth, population growth in Africa. Obviously, that's where the future market is going to be. Anybody wanting to sell their products would think about the growth of the population in 2050. 40% of Africans currently live in urban areas, but 60% will live in urban areas by 2050. So anything associated with urbanization is the future for Africa. And anyone wishing to engage Africa would need to think about urbanization. It's infrastructure, technology, universities, schools, etc. Africans embrace new technologies, phones and the internet. So IT is the trend. It's not going to go anywhere. It's going to just increase. And then, of course, Africa is the richest continent in the world in terms of mineral wealth. So beneficiation of our minerals and joint ventures for production must be one of the elements we think about for the future. And then we have a growing financial sector in Africa. So I'm saying for the next Korea-Africa Forum, we could consider those issues in the background. Of course, it's well established, the forum already. And as Dr. Cho has pointed out, there's a lot of good things happening. But if we want to develop and grow these institutions. Okay, can we change the slide now? So Korea and South Africa, as mentioned earlier, President Mandela visited Korea in 1995. And since then, we've seen a growth of trade, investment, cultural exchange, etc. I'm an example of academic and cultural exchange. The Korea Foundation very kindly invited me a number of times to Korea. Sometimes I went on other programs. So I'm a recipient of that wonderful exchange that has grown over the years. And I think knowledge sharing is very important. We in South Africa need to know more about Korea's developmental state model. It's a unique model, and I think that's one of the things we need to study. It's one of the reasons why Korea's economic growth was so fast, so spectacular, because their growth model was correct for their country and their time. And then I'd like to propose South Africa as a hub, not a gateway. A gateway is just, entering a certain place. Maybe the hotels benefit from that. But a hub is something like Hong Kong. We have financial institutions. You have insurance. You can provide insurance. You can provide bank loans. You can provide other skills, technology. So I would like to see South Africa as a hub to enter the African continent, where we can assist countries, not just use the airport as a gateway, but do more than that, much more than that, to facilitate trade with Africa, as Hong Kong was very successful in doing with China. Can we change, please? So there's our president in South Korea, obviously having a good time. Next one. Okay, so Korea and South Africa, what are the prospects? I would suggest to encourage 7 MOUs next year. We probably have MOUs in these contexts already, but to strengthen them. That's my suggestions for strengthening the relationship. Skills transfer, minerals beneficiation, job creation through Semol Undong, which is rural development processes, which have been very successful in South Korea. Okay, we have a lot of rural people, unfortunately very poor in South Africa. We could benefit enormously from the South Korean model. I believe there are some of these projects in Rwanda, which are successful already. So we should learn more, go to South Korea, see these projects, bring them back to Africa. And Ambassador, we need an MOU to get us going. I'll go, okay? If I could go back to Dokdo on the way. No, Dokdo, you can only stay for half an hour on Dokdo. It's just a matter of interest. It's a very small island. You just visit, take a few photographs, and you go back. It's like a unique tourist attraction. High-tech cooperation, IT network, innovation, and then the last one, direct flights. Maybe once a week, we can have a direct flight. All my Korean friends say, if they don't want to change flights in Hong Kong, Singapore, Dubai, it's too complicated. Stopovers, 3, 4, 9 hours. It's just out of the question. The flight is too long. So if we can have once a week a direct flight, we can open up these new possibilities, create the hub in Johannesburg and Sandton or Cape Town, wherever, and build into Africa, not the gateway. Gateway is just for hotels. A hub does more than that. A hub, we provide the finance for investment in Africa. Next one, please. So these are the companies. We can go quick. Hyundai, Kia Motors. Next one. We are all familiar with these. Next one. We'll be engaged with South Africa for many years. So now the G20. My first question to myself is, how do we define the G20? I looked through all the past G20s, and it seems like each G20 has a kind of different theme, a different emphasis. So they're kind of all over the place. So let me suggest, I think there are 4 things the G20 focuses on usually all the time. One is financial stability. The global financial system is, everyone owes money. The biggest countries in the world owe billions and trillions of dollars to each other, to themselves. And we'll never repay all the debt. We just have to keep spinning this debt forever, okay? We can't repay all the debt. The debt levels are too high. Everyone's debt level is too high. So the G20 gets together and thinks, how can we keep this debt under management? Global trade, we need to increase trade. That's how we get wealthy. And we need, from Africa's point of view, we need greater market access to the wealthy markets of the world. Okay, that's the way we can improve our economy. And we need growth, I think, but we have to protect the environment. We're not doing COP 29 or 30, but I think at G20, they often talk about protecting the environment. And Elizabeth said earlier, CO2, carbon dioxide, but I encourage you not to forget CH4, which is methane gas, which is about 100 times more dangerous than CO2. And methane gas comes from agriculture. If we want to get rid of CH4, we have to stop eating meat. Nobody wants to talk about it, okay? But one day we'll have to get to that. So we'll have electric cars full of vegetables in the future. There will be no meat and no gasoline. That's my prediction. Come back in, we have this conference in 25 years' time, I guarantee we'll all arrive here with an electric car with vegetables. Otherwise, we won't be able to breathe. Sustainable growth. There I have to refer to our economic theorist, David Ricardo. He said it's all about competitive advantage. We can trade with each other if we have a competitive advantage. So every state that shows up at G20 needs to think, what is my competitive advantage? Okay, what can I sell to other countries, basically? Korea's okay. They got Samsung, they got Kia, they got Daewoo, they got Hyundai. That's their comparative advantage. What has South Africa got? What can we sell to the other G19 or 18 countries? It can't just be raw materials, okay? Because raw materials have a limited lifespan, okay? In 30 years' time, there won't be any left. So we need to think creatively about that. Okay? Next slide, please. Change, please. Okay, just a few pictures of South Korea, and then this is an important slide, so let's stick here. So what about Korea, Africa, and the G20? I noticed that recently McKinsey and company has talked about Korea's 2040 growth strategy. South Korea is on the verge of a new growth path. Wonderful new prospects are emerging in South Korea. So how can we, South Africa, join that process? Through the G20, through cooperation in the G20. It would be wonderful if we could do that. We can grow together. It's part of the first objective of working together. And it's based on those 6 principles that are listed there. New business, artificial intelligence, innovation, etc. Enhanced productivity. If we, South Africa and South Korea, can work together in all of those areas, okay? And we can join in South Korea's exciting new development phase. We grow together, okay? To me, that would be very helpful. Okay, so those are my suggestions for G20. And Chair Lady, I've run out of time, so don't worry about the rest of the slides. And thank you very much for your, oh, sorry, I can just show you 2 more slides. If you can go to the next one. Seeing as it's there. These are my contacts in South Korea, which I'll hand over to the organizers. They're most welcome to follow up. I'm not sure which think tanks you want to cooperate with, but those offer. Next slide. I've been in touch with 16 different organizations in South Korea, that one. And the last one more. Top right-hand corner, Professor Willie Chin, he can actually speak Afrikaans. He's the only guy in Korea who can speak Afrikaans. He's actually studied in South Africa. So if you want to go there and speak Afrikaans, okay, he'll be there. He just smokes a lot, so do it in a smoking area. Thank you for your attention. Cheers.
Great, thanks very much, Garth. So we go from wine to smoking. It's all the sins. Okay, let's move on speedily to Marie-Noël and Mokolo, who's online. We are running a little late, but let's hear Marie-Noël, and then we'll also maybe break for tea a little later so that we're able to take a couple of questions from the audience. Marie-Noël, can you hear us? Are you?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you and we can see you. Off you go.
Perfect.
Great
All
to
right.
have you with us.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me here today. As mentioned, my name is Marie-Noël Nwokolo, and I am the coordinator for the G20 Compact with Africa. Now, before I tell you about what it is that I do, allow me to stand on existing protocols and acknowledge the presence of all the dignitaries, ambassadors, and excellencies in the room. The importance of this strategic partnership between Africa, African countries, and South Korea under frameworks like the G20 and the Compact with Africa cannot be understated. And for me, it's really an honor to be able to join you all here today. So what is the G20 Compact with Africa? So sorry, everyone, unfortunately, I do not have slides, so you will have to listen and pay rapt attention. I think Elizabeth will question us after that. So the G20 Compact with Africa was launched in 2017 under the German G20 presidency. And the essence of this really was to promote and increase attractiveness of private investment in Africa through improvements of the macro, of the business, and of financing frameworks. I'm happy to share a link to that afterwards for anybody interested in exploring that a bit more. So currently, the Compact with Africa brings together about 13 African countries. I saw a couple of them as sort of the top 10 countries that engage mostly with South Korea, mostly around ODA. So there's Rwanda, there's Ghana, there's Morocco, Senegal, DRC, Togo, Benin, Burkina, and a couple others. And the program is also implemented in collaboration with the African Development Bank, the International Finance Corporation, the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and the World Bank, including other sort of bilateral partners from the G20 and others to support this objective. So as part of the program, the African Center for Economic Transformation, which is where I'm from, based in Accra, Ghana, was endorsed by ministers of finance for the G20 Compact with Africa to provide 3 main things. And that's first to provide independent reviews of country progress, to provide policy research and expert advice, and to facilitate peer learning opportunities in priority areas for these 13 member countries. Very recently, we were in Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire, where we had a peer learning event on investing in climate in collaboration with the Ministry of Finance. The event was attended by many, including His Excellency, the Ambassador of Brazil to Côte d'Ivoire, because of the presidency of the G20 then, as well as the Ambassador of Germany to Côte d'Ivoire, and the host, obviously, of the event, the Minister of Finance for Côte d'Ivoire. And apart from just conversations around what it means and what it takes to invest in climate, which I know is also quite key from the outcomes of the Korea-Africa Summit, another thing that it did was to provide project training for some of these countries, right? So it's not just the talk, but also focus on the practical elements of understanding financial modeling as it pertains to securing investment for climate and climate-related things. We also focused on debt sizing and repayment profiles, debt tenors, and things like that. Now, another part of the Compact with Africa, which I think is quite relevant for those in the room, especially looking to increase the footprint on the continent, is the Investment Promotion Working Group of the Compact with Africa. It was established last year on the heels of the G20 Heads of State Forum and Investment Summit in Berlin. And the idea is to bring together the investment promotion centers in G20 countries, but also most importantly, the 13 Compact with Africa countries, to be able to exchange ideas, to share knowledge, to figure out what's working, what's not really working, and how they can do things better. And I think opportunities for G20 countries here who do quite well in this space is to provide some of these knowledge exchange and sharing opportunities. Another thing that I think sort of the Korean embassy or representatives of South Korea in the room can take on as a way to engage with some of these countries. Very recently, whilst in Cote d'Ivoire, we also had an event on the theme of leveraging the Africa Continental Free Trade Area to develop an African battery and electric vehicle value chain. So I say all of these things to say that great opportunities exist for Korea to leverage the Compact with Africa initiative, especially as it aligns with the outcomes of the Korea-Africa Summit. As a G20 member, South Korea has the platform to support the CWA objectives through, for example, co-financing and knowledge sharing initiatives, right? South Korea can use its expertise in industrial policy and innovation to help develop tailored solutions for African countries in sectors like ICT, in green energy, in manufacturing, and other areas of interest to CWA countries and South Korea as well. So a couple of the things I picked up from the outcomes of the Korea-Africa Summit was, one, emphasizing this sort of increase in investment cooperation. And as I mentioned with the investment working group earlier, I think great opportunities exist here, especially around PPPs for infrastructure projects, which is quite key to the Compact with Africa, collaboration and technology transfer, for instance, given your advanced capabilities in ICT and things like that. And I think it's important to be said that, Korean businesses, like many elsewhere, have hesitated to engage in Africa due to perceived risks, some of which are very real. But I think what the CWA does or can do in this instance is provide a structured framework to mitigate these risks and help to de-risk investments. And there are many ways to do that, right? So utilizing the CWA frameworks to sort of mitigate these risks and give some of these businesses a little bit more confidence in terms of entering some of these markets. With regards to infrastructure, for instance, opportunities exist to align CWA's emphasis on infrastructure development by prioritizing some of the sustainable development projects, smart cities, also some of the work on energy grids and transport networks in CWA countries. And I think these are areas where there are great opportunities for knowledge exchange, for academic exchange, and even for cultural exchange around getting some of these things done, and where some of the gaps might be and how some of these 13 CWA countries implement things and maybe what we may not be doing as well that could be done better. Obviously, climate is an area that's important to everybody in the room, especially to our colleagues in South Korea who are looking to sort of deepen their efforts or relationship on the continent. Climate smart agricultural practices, irrigation, food system resilience. So there's a lot of things that could be done, and I'm very cognizant of how much time we have given the challenges earlier. But I think standing on everything that have been said by Dr. Cho, by Professor Garth, the different areas that we can focus on, the idea is that the CWA provides a platform for which South Korea can engage with certain African countries, even as a way to sort of get their feet wet. And the matrices, the frameworks that exist under the Compact with Africa provide sort of structure around what some of these engagements could look like, around what the baseline in some of these countries are, what you can work with, what you can't work with. And I think that this can provide a starting point for deeper partnerships and leveraging the alignment with the G20 framework, which South Korea is a part of. And so I think from today, we can propose sort of exploratory dialogues with African stakeholders in CWA countries to identify some of the specific areas that align with the priorities from the Korea-Africa Summit, for instance, such as green transitions or digital economy growth. We have an event coming up in Morocco from the 2nd to the 4th of December on investing in digital, where we would be looking at digital policy infrastructure and the right kinds of things that are needed to attract investment in these areas. If anybody is interested in that, I'll be more than happy to share more information about that, or even to have you join us if your schedule is not already too full at this point in time. It's been said too many times, right, that, you know, we need to view Africa not just as a market, but as a partner. And I think that's why with the CWA, there's a lot of focus on peer-to-peer learning and peer exchanges. And I think that framework and that frame of mind would be quite helpful. There are many opportunities also to conduct research. I mean, I think Asset and SIA are quite familiar in that regard, but even within the confines of the Compact with Africa, we'll be more than happy to engage on that level as well in terms of developing policy briefs that can inform some of the work that a lot of these African countries are trying to do through the Compact with Africa. So a huge thank you to Ms. Elizabeth Sidropoulos and her team at SIA. Thank you so much, Laura, and to the Korean Embassy and the Korea Africa Foundation for the chance to join you and provide a bit more insight on the Compact with Africa and what it is. And I'll be happy to share a bit more information should you want to learn more about that. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Marina. That was great. And I think a very concrete initiative that has come out of the G20, which of course it's a voluntary initiative, but I'll come back to that just now. I have a couple of points, but I don't want to hog the mic. So I'd like to see if there are any hands for any specific questions for our panelists. I think we've had 3 really great presentations reflecting some, I think, complementary ideas and recommendations. Any questions? Okay, well, you're giving me the right now to abuse the chair, which I will take it on. So I want to start with you first, Junwai, and I thought you made a couple of, I think your presentation was really good, but I wanted to ask you about 2 specific questions. One of the things was you highlighted that Korea is looking at, and in some places I've seen it as economic partnership agreements. Now, for us here in Southern Africa, we think of economic partnership agreements, we think of the European Union, but it would be really useful to just unpack that a little bit. What exactly do these agreements imply and entail? That's the first point. And the second one is probably just a comment, and I've just come back from Brazil where we had the Think 20 summit. And I was really honored to be in a discussion with Brazil's now ambassador to the UK, former Foreign Minister, Ambassador Patriota, who said, you know, we shouldn't be thinking about middle powers. We should be thinking about regional powers with global influence. He says South Africa, Brazil. We were talking about South Africa and Brazil, so he didn't mention Korea, but talking about South Africa and Brazil, he says these are regional powers, but they have global influence and they can play an important role. And perhaps you can unpack that a little bit. So while you think, let me get Garth to think as well. So Garth, I want you to just unpack a little bit for us the point that you made about the importance of skills cooperation and skills transfer. I mean, that's a huge area. It would really be good if you can sort of identify a couple of sectors where that would really be helpful in terms of our economy as well. And then lastly, to Marie-Noëlle, and here I'll do a little bit of a sort of introduction. Of course, and at your point also, Garth, about what the G20 is. And I think certainly from about 2010 onwards, development, initially it was very much about financial stability, and I think it is still very much about financial stability and global financial system. But I think what was a really great innovation was in 2010, the introduction of the Seoul Seoul Consensus on Development, that really created the platform for the establishment then of the Development Working Group, where South Africa co-chaired for many, many years, and which now has taken on a broader responsibility, which includes that of monitoring sustainable development goals. So development, and certainly under the last 3 presidencies of the G20, development has been put at the heart of it because we think it has to be. You can't talk about financial stability in the abstract without actually really engaging on development. But the point I want to, and so this is a bit of a roundabout way of coming to the point to you, Marie-Noëlle, which is, I think the compact with Africa was really a really great initiative that it was intended to grapple with some of the challenges that African countries face in terms of being able to attract investment. And in 2016, there'd been a similar initiative, which was probably didn't go as far, which was under the Chinese presidency, the industrialization of African LDCs initiative. The compact is a voluntary initiative, but it does have a structure. It has been moving forward. I'd like to ask you 2 questions. What would you recommend to the South African G20 presidency it does on the compact with Africa to actually get it maybe to accelerate? And what would be, and that would be then related also to some of the challenges that it has maybe faced over the last, since it was established in 2017. I mean, this is the first time the G20 is coming to South Africa, to Africa. So this is an opportunity to reinvigorate some of these plans. Okay, I'm going to stop there. Okay, do you want to start?
I feel as a junior scholar, I feel like it's like a PhD defense. So I have to answer right, otherwise probably I got punishment. But yeah, for the first question, what is the reason why South Korea gives some kind of aid to the various types of African countries? In order to answer this question, I would like to explain structure of Korean ODA system within the ministry levels. So for instance, as I mentioned before, for instance, Korean and Africa Forum held by Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and Korean and Africa Economic Cooperation Forum was held by Ministry of Finance. So which means these 2 major ministries have different strategies and different priority African countries. So for instance, you can easily assume that Minister of Finance might think more about economic-oriented result from the certain African countries, whereas Minister of Foreign Affairs think more about symbolized kind of way of African countries. For instance, like Ghana, the first independent country in Africa, and so on, like Senegal. So some African countries are definitely have a big market and minerals. That's why South Korea is also don't give some lots of ODA, and whereas the other countries they give ODA in other regions. As I mentioned before, in Rwanda case, as a latecomer in the International Development Corporation, South Korean government decided to support Rwanda in a sense that they are very good at completing the ODA project, for instance.
So EPAs are largely ODA. It's not trade investment. It's not like the European model.
No. Okay. Yeah. But they would like to make a framework for institutionalized framework with African countries further. But you know that it's not about just signing agreement. They also need kind of domestic political agreements in each African country. So that might be another kind of challenges for both parties. And when it comes to the middle power and regional power, and then you mentioned, I didn't say about South Korea as a regional powers, because unfortunately or fortunately, South Korea is just located among the lots of hard powers. Our neighboring countries are very hard powers, such as Japan, Russia, China, and probably USA. So that's why I think South Korea was not able to, or didn't have a chance to have collaborate with the middle powers in terms of the international communities. But I think because of the ICT is developing, and as you can see, kind of definition of power is changing these days, because the reason why South Korea is very has been attracted by many of countries because of the networking, because of the advance of the ICT. So even though South Korea is located in a kind of hardship in terms of the geopolitical locations, but we can now influence through the medias and internets and those kind of things. So I think not like a soft power, but also in the near future, kind of power can be exceeded by the networking. So I think in order to that, for South Korea, need to build network with regional powers or middle powers in the international arena. That's what I can answer.
Great, thanks. So you got a hardship location, which is why you need the wine. And then we also mustn't forget K-pop. Yes, Ambassador.
So,
Is it picking it up? Can you hear it? No.
hello? Yeah.
This is strong.
Thank you so much. I want to make a two brief comment on the questions you posed to Professor Joe. Professor Joe covered all the points, but the first one, EPA, is, I understand EPA is kind of a FDA agreement with having some kind of development factors, but actually that we have made a kind of front runner in concluding FTAs with other countries. Yeah, we fully understand the need for EPA, but actually that we have EPA style the FTAs, but actually that we tried our best to take into consideration the development factors in our free trade agreement. However, at this point, that as we are well aware, global trading system is in the transition period, so we hope we provide some more flexible form of the kind of trade institutional framework, which is called the Trade and Investment Promotion Framework. That is kind of MOU. So we wanted to set up some consultation forum to take into consideration our trading partners' developmental needs. So just for information, and so we offered to South Africa the TIPF, and also then you mentioned that the brand name was a regional power with global influence, but actually that is very vigorous and ambitious, but we brand our kind of position is a global pivotal state, taking full responsibility commensurate with our international standing. That is our orientation when we talk about our international standing. Thank you.
That's great. Thanks very much, Ambassador. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Your question was on skills cooperation. How can South Africa and Korea work more closely on skills transfer, skills development? Obviously a very important question. Some of my students have gone to South Korea to study. If you go, you've got to be strong though. It's 7 days a week kind of program. So Korea, we know it's a very hard working society. So it's very competitive, very hard to study in Korea, unless you're really dedicated. But there's many other opportunities, of course. Samsung, LG, they're in Africa, and I'm sure they can offer specific IT training programs to our young people to help us, green technologies, mobile phones, etc. So I think we should always link our skills training to a leading Korean company and ask them to help us in very specific areas. And we know that's where Korea's competitive advantages are. And then I've noted that in Korea's development plan, the 2040 development plan, they intend to train 50,000 experts on artificial intelligence. So, you know, we're going to be left behind if we don't get on the bandwagon somewhere, because AI protocols, AI processes are being determined by other countries, and we've been kind of left out of this process. So I think we need to find some way to have our voice heard, not only in development, but in AI. Otherwise, the protocols, the whole system will be developed without us. So I don't know if G20 is the place to raise it, but it's moving really fast. AI is actually deciding its own future. So we better move on that one. Good luck to you on that. Cheers.
No, I think that's a very important point. And G20, among one of many forums, is obviously discussing that. And the other important dimension, which I think is also something that's on the South African agenda, is the ethical use of AI. I mean, I think that's critical, because otherwise, indeed, it will it will be determining our future. Marie-Noëlle, over to you.
Hello, Elizabeth. Well, thank you so much for the question. And it is a great question, and I'm happy to answer it in the sense that South Africa, in and of itself, actually is a co-chair for the Compact with Africa, right, together with Germany. So aside from sort of the presidency, it already plays and should be playing a pretty big role in this regard. And I think there are lots of things we could say about what we recommend to South Africa to do sort of in the coming year. But I think I would like to focus on one issue or one main thing, and that's G20 engagement, right? So the response from sort of G20 countries outside of Germany, with some support maybe from France, hasn't been as strong. It's been a bit tepid. And CWA countries are really looking for more opportunities to do two things. One, engage with G20 countries directly. And two, to directly connect their private sectors to that of G20 countries to facilitate the types of collaboration that this initiative was set up to achieve. So as it has recommended before, the co-chair sort of tried to facilitate meetings with G20 country representatives to discuss some of these issues one-on-one, and also through our work, right? We are now trying to engage G20 business chambers and country investment promotion agencies. And I think some support to be able to do that, and for some of these countries, especially G20 countries, to prioritize that would be quite helpful. So overall, I think that, you know, COVID, there was a bit of a lull in things that were being done. But since 2021 into 2022, there's been this sort of renewed momentum around the objectives and achievements of the Compact with Africa program. And I think South Africa, as one, a co-chair of the Compact with Africa, and two, taking over as presidency here, I think we stand with all the partners and stakeholders invested in the success of the CWA, and really emphasize the need to focus on how to keep it going and successful. And that essentially means delivering on the stated outcomes of promoting private investment, especially in infrastructure in some of these CWA countries.
That's great. Thanks, Marie-Noëlle. And of course, private investment is always the big elephant in the room when we talk about development, and certainly in the context of infrastructure. Okay, so I'm now going to exercise my prerogative as the chair and break for tea and coffee, which I'm sure will be most well received by everybody. I think a big round of applause for our panelists. Thank you very much to each of you. Marie-Noëlle, thank you for joining us from Accra, I think you are, right? And then obviously to Garth and to Junwa.
Thank you very much to session one for that illuminating discussion. Could we take a comfort break for approximately 10 minutes? Yes, just for approximately 10 minutes, and let's be back in the room by 11:20 to kick off session two. For the panelists, we have a group picture, please.
One, two. One, two.
1, 2, 1, 2.
One, two. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Okay, we're going to start the next session. Good afternoon, or still good morning. We're a little bit over time, but I think we'll manage to make up some time because one of our speakers, Professor Van Wyk, unfortunately is not able to join us. but if I can just ask Campion to come up to the front. This session is looking at Korea and Africa in health cooperation. And I remember I work at the South African Institute of International Affairs, and I remember it must have been about 15 years ago that Elizabeth came back from one of her trips to the US, and she said, you know, the Brookings Institution has got a program on health diplomacy and on health issues. And at that time, it seemed so strange an issue to be talking about in terms of international relations. But of course, we all remember all too well COVID and how quickly health can become an international issue. It all seems like a bad dream now. But, you know, I think some of the questions for this session will be, how well did we cope with this pandemic? And how prepared are we for the next pandemic? Have we learned the lessons from Ebola on our continent or HIV? And are we going to be facing an Mpox pandemic or a Marburg virus pandemic? I was recently in Rwanda where they tested us at the airport for the Marburg virus. So pandemics and health issues are not going to go away. I was also wanted to say that this is one of many collaborations we've done with the Korean Embassy over the years. We've looked at security on the Korean Peninsula. We even talked about MICTA, which was the collection of Mexico, Indonesia, Korea, Turkey, and Australia, which we don't hear very much about, but I'm sure it's still going. So it's a delight to be able to collaborate with the Korean Embassy again. So we only have 2 speakers for this session. Firstly, Dr. Lee, can you hear us online?
Yes, I have no problem.
Okay, great. Thank you. We're going to start with Dr. Hoon-Sang Lee, Chief Strategy Officer at Research Investment for Global Health Technology Foundation. If you can speak for 10 to 12 minutes, that would be great.
Great. So I will try to make it as short as possible. Yes. Thank you for having me in this great occasions. I had been always very impressed at many of the colleagues and also researchers and industry partner members in South Africa. But today I will talk about what might be some of the opportunity in the space of global health R&D, especially in regards to maybe vaccine, but maybe extends to diagnostic and other area with Korea. So as to explain about the foundation that I work in, it is a Right Foundations established in 2018 with the hope that to bring the capacity out of the Korean life science industry partners to develop and make available the essential health technology tools as a global public good, especially targeting the infectious diseases in low and middle income countries, especially many of those diseases which are in Africa. And it was actually one of the funding source actually is from Korean government development assistance money from Korea's ODA's monies from the pocket of Korea's Ministry of Health. But it was partnership between Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and Korean governments to work on this together. Together with the contribution from Korean industry partners as well. And for achieving this goal, so we target infectious disease in low and middle income countries. We support product development for vaccine diagnostics and therapeutics. Lately, we are putting our hands on digital health, but our main focus is vaccine diagnostics and therapeutics. For the product development, research and development work. Eventually, for the goal of global or regional public procurement, improving global access and technology transfer. On this regards, lately we are suffering technology transfer from Korean company to LMIC's manufacturers, like the ones in South Africa as well, which I will highlight later on. And second area is evidence generation awards. We support creation of public health evidence for those product tool. And we also are in the space of vaccine manufacturing training support to manufacturing personnel in LMICs. We began with the vaccine, but we are trying to expand to areas such as regulatory science and diagnostics and other area as well. But throughout all this process, we really value the collaborations, and we try to foster exchange of knowledge and skills or co-develop together with Korean and LMIC partners, including South Africa's. And with this, we are targeted to supply for global public procurement to improve the access at a fair and affordable pricing ranges for low and middle income countries, especially targeting the global public procurements like Gavi or UNICEF and global funds. Indeed, which actually many of them are actually targeting African continents. Or sometimes we are actively encouraging, especially the Korean manufacturers, if they cannot deliver at such a price, it is quite often we encourage them to license it out to LMIC manufacturers who can deliver at such a price. We all support all this for with a mindset to design with global access in mind from the beginning, to learn from or with the stakeholders, to learn the context and plan to integrate into the local public health systems, and engage the key stakeholders early. And oftentimes, actually, we had to find out that many of the South African universities, even the South African public health authorities, and even the industry partners are the ones with a quite rich insights, especially for those needs in the context in African continents, as South Africa sits in Africa. And this is the amount of the grants that we had dispersed, about 66 million US dollars for vaccine diagnostics and therapeutics, 3-month drugs, and a little bit on the digital health. And lately, with our vaccine product development award, one of the newest awardees is actually South African vaccine company BioVac, which is getting this product development award to get technology transfer from Korean vaccine manufacturers, Biologics, to manufacture one of the vaccine in BioVac's facility in South Africa. And this is photo from our training program. This is initiative, part of Korean government initiative of a global training hub for biomanufacturing, which is initiative jointly by Korean Ministry of Health and Welfare and WHO. And we trained about 41 trainees, including many of the trainees from Africa's for vaccine manufacturing training. One person was actually from South Africa, and potentially in our future training, we are we hope to see more of the people from South Africa for this kind of training. And throughout this, we are trying to be kind of like a stimulator or a facilitator for securing even greater funding from other funding partners. Oftentimes, while we provide our own funding, many of our grants get additional co-funding from other grant partners such as BMGF, Gates Foundation, and Gates Foundations, Novo Nordisk, the Wellcome Trust, and others as well. But we hope to see it growing increasingly. And this is an area of disease that we had been funding, starting from pandemic potential disease, malaria, tuberculosis, neglected tropical disease, enteric diarrhea disease, and many others. And this is portfolio of many of our grants that we had been supporting or we are currently supporting. And as you can see, in many of these grants are applied by consortium of many of different partners, oftentimes including some of the research institutions or public health authorities in Africa. And hopefully we can see more from South Africa as well. And this is our portfolio in the area of diagnostics, which we have also quite in numbers. And this is our current portfolio that we are currently funding. There are quite a number of vaccine manufacturers and developers and diagnostics, and we are trying to increase in the area of therapeutics as well. Indeed, one of the leading grantee of our therapeutics award is actually University of Cape Town, Professor Kelly Chivale's laboratory for malaria therapeutics. And this is some of our digital health related grants, including some of the AI-based TB screening tool, which is validated in both Asia and other continents as well. And many of our vaccine clinical trials are undertaken, not just in Korea, but also in a number of African countries. Potentially, maybe in our future work, maybe some of the South African location can be included here as well. And increasingly, we are trying to see more and more partnership with many of the research institutions or public health authorities or local funding partners, even like South Africa Medical Research Council is one of the such funding partners that we might be able to work together as well, and other global public procurement funding partners. All in all, we have been very happy to see many of the increasing trends of global partner institutions increasing in number, both in number and countries. But also what we are actually very encouraged is increasing number of LMIC partners and a number of countries from LMICs as well. And all in all, what Ori Foundation is trying to do is to achieve equitable access to essential health technologies from R&D to public procurement. We are trying to be a platform where we can fund the funding of R&D activities, but also a platform for encouraging many of the global health partnership formulations. And in this regards, just the other day, just last week, there was World Bio Summit in Korea, where Rai Foundation had a side event. And indeed, BioBack from South Africa and University of Cape Town with Kelly Chivale, Professor Kelly Chivale was present, and also Richard Gordon, who is a business development director at the South Africa Medical Research Council, was present. So there was quite apparently, without quite of intentionally, South Africa's presence was quite noticeable in our forum. Also, in my last visit to South Africa, I had quite of a pleasure to visit University of Cape Town and BioBag and Afrigen's facilities, and also University of Wits Diagnostic Innovation Hub. In the same day, I met with the ambassador, honorable ambassador of the Korea to South Africa as well. And also the meeting that I attended was Africa Health Research and Innovation Funders Forum, which was indeed organized by South Africa MRC. And one of the last photo I really wanted to show is a photo from 2 years ago. I was in World Health Assembly, and at the one of the stakeholders forums for global pandemic preparedness meeting, there was a CEO of Afrigen, South Africa's leading vaccine developers, and CEO of SK Bioscience, which is one of the biggest vaccine developer and manufacturer in Korea. And apparently, they were one from each African continent and Asian continent. And it was quite symbolic to see how this kind of partnership can be indeed possible. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Lee, and thank you for sticking to the time. I was thinking, what qualifies me to chair this session? I'm not a health expert, but I do have 4 Hyundai cars in my garage. My wife drives one, I drive one, and both my kids drive one. So without further ado, I'm going to invite Mr. Campion Zarima from the University of the Witwatersrand to present. I don't know if you'd like to come up here. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Unfortunately, I don't have slides. I thought this would be a much better way to engage with the crowd. My name is Campion Jaima, and I'm a PhD student at the University of the Witwatersrand. Just completed my PhD like a week ago. Thank you. Anyways, I wanted to point out that I started my PhD during COVID, just before COVID. And some of the issues I'll be sharing with you are from personal experiences and also findings from my research. So my PhD is on strategies and challenges to implementing EHRs, electronic health records in South Africa. And part of what motivated this was my experience with essentially the healthcare system in South Africa and some of the plans that the country has. For example, the National Health Insurance, which to those who don't know, essentially in simple terms, we put all money in one box, and essentially we pay for every South African citizen's healthcare needs. The aim there is just to provide universal health coverage. But for that to be successful, you need robust systems of managing or essentially tracking and seeing how the money is being spent. And one of the robust systems that you could use for that is an electronic health record. This is a longitudinal patient record, which is digital. In other words, health over time. And in South Africa, there's so many systems at facility level. So you'd find that in one district, for example, if you have 20 facilities, 20 of them have different systems from different vendors or they're developed ground up. But either way, they do not communicate, or in other words, they're not integrated. So the health system would have so many pockets of data that are not coordinated. So interoperability, which is essentially bringing all systems together, is one of the key things that has been missing. Now, when COVID started, I'm sure most of you would have noticed that it became a numbers game where people were tracking numbers of infections, recoveries, vaccinations. We even came up with a system, the EVDS, to those who know. It's the electronic vaccination database software, I think, where people who were vaccinated would essentially register their vaccination status, and the government was trying to essentially track the progress with the vaccination program. So that system was I think it was quite successful, and it definitely gave some benefits. Now, if you look at the healthcare system in South Africa, particularly in districts, district health, public healthcare, so many systems are funded by NGOs, sometimes are private. So there's a lot of collaboration happening, but they're regulated by government. It's not a problem, but that needs to be managed well for efficient and coordinated effort towards healthcare and public health interests. But I also want to say that technology is not a magical bullet where you just put it and then everything else works. It's important that the processes are done correctly. And if you don't do the process correctly, essentially garbage in, garbage out. And implementation becomes very key. So I looked at 3 primary objectives of my PhD. One of them was trying to find out global evidence on implementation strategies. How do we make sure that the systems we come up with are adopted effectively? And of course, one of the key findings was that I saw that users are often ignored in this whole process. Normally, we call that there are 2 approaches to implementation. There's the top-down and the bottom-up. The top-down is basically where governments or leaders come up with systems, they procure systems, and they essentially say, this is what we have, let's use it. Find ways to just put them into the facilities and people start using them. There's a risk that you run with that, because essentially if people don't want to use it, or if they feel that the system is not usable, it's a failure, just in plain terms. But there's also a bottom-up process where systems are designed with users' input and their involvement, and they're engaged continuously. That is successfully adopted at the ground level, but you also need the guidance and the direction of the leadership, so that all these systems are supported from ground up and adopted for long-term and sustainable use. So we found that engagement is necessary, and it doesn't only happen when you implement systems, but it also needs to start before. So you engage users on what type of systems they want to use, how they want to use them, and how to fit the systems into their user workflow. For the second objective, I tried to find out, is it feasible to implement a national electronic health record in South Africa? And what would it take? And so I went on doing interviews with high-level people, Department of Health managers, national, provincial, district levels, NGOs, managers, private sector people. And just as a side note, most of these interviews were virtual because it was during COVID, so I couldn't actually meet some of these people. And some of them, I bump into them at conferences and they recognize me, but I don't, because I could only see a small box of the face. But we found that most of the participants I spoke to seem to agree on several issues. Number one, being that South Africa has very good policies, especially in healthcare, there are very good policies, and that the money is there to kind of embark on this project. So I'm not saying there's too much money, I'm just saying we could, start with something. And the skills are there, but the problem with skills is that some of them have been moving from the public sector to the private sector. Part of that is because of some of the challenges with perhaps its remuneration, and there's a lot of reasons why people would move from one place to another. And the other thing was that people seem to bring out issues of provincial disparities. So for example, the Western Cape as a province managed to build a system, a very efficient system, in my opinion, but they did it over a course of 20 years, and they integrated different systems, the lab, the facilities, the X-ray scan, everything. And even though it took them a long time, they got to a place where they were comfortable enough to kind of have reliable information for them to make informed decisions on healthcare spending. Whereas in other provinces, this was not the case, still not is the case. Some provinces don't have basic infrastructure for something like that. So before you even come with an electronic health record, what about systems where we need computers in certain hospitals or health facilities? So that was one of the issues as well that came out. And then I went on to look at two case studies. One was in the KZN, where there was a public-private partnership. Those who know the system, you might already know what I'm talking about. And this was more successful, I think. And part of the reason is because when you have a partnership between public and private, you're sharing skills, sometimes you're also sharing funding mechanisms. There's ways to do things that are not just one-sided. And where one lacks, the other might make up for that. And then another case study was in Gauteng, in the Ekurhuleni district. And this was a system that was built ground up. But it was built during COVID as well. And there was a time where challenges came because people, obviously the government was trying to prioritize the COVID-19 pandemic. So they couldn't effectively support it. And it was only on the government side to only, come up with solutions and how to support the system. So eventually it failed. Well, it stalled, not failed. It's still there, but not in use. And the funders of that system was an NGO that funded the system. They also ran out of funding because they had to prioritize COVID. So those are some of the challenges you begin to see when a pandemic hits and systems are not in place. A lot of things begin to come out. And so in some of the big issues, I could say, I suppose there's so many issues we could talk about, but three of the main and striking issues that came out for me. Number one is that when you're implementing systems, you need the synergy between top-down and bottom-up processes or approaches. In other words, systems need to be developed by user input and with user input. And also, we need to have governments and leadership in control of how these systems are going to be used and managed and supported long term. The second thing is that we need to make sure that collaborations between private and public sector or even NGOs have to be effective and prioritized in order to push and to make sure that systems are in place. And also thirdly, that localizing solutions is very, very important. Healthcare, especially technology in healthcare, is often brought as a surprise to us that we have a solution and sometimes it works. It's not always bad, but sometimes it doesn't work because it is simply a solution from the top and doesn't really speak to what's going on the ground. Now, if there's anything you should take away from my talk today, particularly from my PhD, is that digital health in South Africa is essential. Given that the NHI is coming, we need to have robust systems in place. And they're also possible financially. I think South Africa is in a much more capable position to do that. It's a middle-income country, and I think there's opportunities for that. But if you're going to do it, we need to do it right. And part of that is to prioritize collaborations with different stakeholders and people who can make sure that this is a success. Thank you.
Thank you very much to both our presenters. Let's take some comments and questions from the audience first. Yes. Just introduce yourself briefly.
Okay, yeah. My name is Dorothy Mabileta. I represent WILAZA, Women in Logistics and Transport. And I'm just going to base, it was a very informative presentation and congratulations. So I just want to make one comment. Perhaps if, generally speaking, we can have a monitoring strategy for all this. And I think not only this, generally speaking, monitoring strategy is key. Then we'll see all those small things that are really not working and the synergy are not happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, next to you.
Hi, my name is Lillian Lee Mumba. I'm the Secretary General of the International Society of Politics at the University of Pretoria. That is the first time I've said that out loud. I didn't know it was such a mouthful. And so, Doctor, as you brought up, you said that South Africa has a really good healthcare system, and there's solutions that we have that don't really speak to what's going on the ground. And I actually agree with that second point. The solutions don't speak to what's happening on the ground, and I disagree that we have good healthcare systems, because when we speak about health and global health, we tend to not include mental health into the conversation, because that is what impacts a lot of what is happening in the world. For example, in South Africa, only 5% of our total health budget is spent on mental health, which translates to less than one person receiving health care for limitations in their mental health. And as we saw with the COVID-19 pandemic, not only are people getting sick and dying from this pandemic, there's also these depression and anxiety rates that are rising. And that also translates to socioeconomic impacts on societies, where that depression and anxiety rates are estimating to actually cost the world up to $1 trillion per year in economic loss. So the fact that we don't include mental health in our conversations of good public health and good governance actually shows that we are not implementing good healthcare systems. We really aren't speaking to what's happening on the ground. So there's the nexus with gender, with climate, with physical health, the economy. So we need to look at health cooperation and the pillar of sustainability with the Korea South Africa Future Dialogue. We need to look at those kinds of pillars and implement mental health as well. So I'd just like to ask you, within the South African perspective, what are plans or strategies that we can adhere to also look at the upkeep of mental health in the global health systems? And also, Mr. Lee, what is South Korea doing to actually help look at the mental health systems as well? Because that is a really important factor that we always need to look at. Thank you.
Thank you very much for drawing our attention to that. Yes, sir. Next, Yukachi.
Thank you. My name is Türkmen Terzi. I'm Turkish journalist based in South Africa for a long years. So I was listening about from Indian pharmaceutical company representative. They were telling that South African healthcare is a very protective, like, for instance, cancer medicines only come from Europe. They are not allowed to sell here or collaborate. I don't know. So how it comes, like, your relation with South Korea, because it's, I think, similar to India. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else want to? Yes.
Morning. I'm Olga Mashilo from Boleng Bunta Consultants. My question to you, Prof, is to find out when you're doing your research, did you consider the rural areas? Because when you look at the strategies that you've got, I think they'll be suitable for mainly the hospitals in the townships or in the city centers. So did you consider the rural areas, and how are we to go around with rural people? Because everybody's just looking into the city centers or into the towns, unlike the rural areas.
Thank you. I think we'll take one more before we go back to the presenters. Is there one more? Anybody on this side? Okay, not at the moment. So, Dr. Lee, if you'd like to make intervention or comments on the points that were raised. I'd really also like to ask you where you think the business opportunity is for collaboration between South Korea and South Africa. Where is the, what practical area would be the best to focus on in order to enhance health cooperation between the two countries? Please go ahead.
I will address first two questions, and then maybe I will address your question, because that question is actually probably the answer to that question is one of the most important points that I wanted to address. So first, regarding mental health, even though I'm not a mental health expert, I am coming from background in public health policy, and I have many of my colleagues who are working in Korea as a clinical mental experts, both in the clinical research as well, and also public health policy experts who actually work on mental health issues in Korea as well. And actually, I see the growing needs of the mental health in South Africa, maybe in African continent in general. And indeed, Korea is one of the countries, even though there had been a lot of economic developments, there had been increasing level of depressions and increasing portion of some suicides in Korea as well, because of a lot of social stress and some of the mental difficulties people are actually experiencing. And there had been great government investments to tackle these issues, together with research that has been done in terms of policy research and also clinical research as well. So I think there can be quite of a potential, especially between South Africa and Korea, with two different contexts, both one in Africa and one in South Korea, to share the policy experience and share some of the insights. And maybe there can be potential for research opportunity addressing the issues in each of the countries, and also policy experience sharings and many others. So there was some of the things that came to my mind. And also regarding South Africa, the point about South Africa being somewhat protective to medicine from outside other than Europe. Maybe this can be one of the points that maybe Korea can work together with South Africa's. I mean, maybe South Africa might not be used to some of the medicine also from Korea as well. But in the process, I think one of the important aspect is regulatory coordination and harmonization. Maybe from between two continents, representing South Africa representing Africa and Korea representing Asia. And then South African regulatory agency and South Korean regulatory agencies, they can work together so that if there is any good quality product from Korea or from Asia, and also if there is any targeted public health issues in South Africa and maybe Africa in general, as for harmonizing or coordinating the regulatory approval and coordination, and eventually to public procurement issues, maybe there can be some of the policy dialogues. But in open time, I think it starts from the regulatory related issues, regulatory approval or like product registrations. So there is something I think, especially South Africa and Korean regulatory government body can work together on this issue as well. And in terms of opportunity, I think there are like so much that South African universities and South African industry partner can do in biopharma industries, because I think even though many of the African countries economically in disadvantageous situations, there are a lot of global public procurement funding agencies like Global Fund, Gavi, and UNICEF for vaccines, and also not only for the infectious disease, for maternal and child health and others as well. And I think there has been increasing trend for the local production capacities in African continents. For this regard, I think there are like two aspects that South Africa and Korea can work together. One is there are like many of the South African Korean products which needs clinical trial and validations and really optimizations for the needs in African continents, including South Africa. So many of the South African Korean manufacturer can work with leading universities like University of Wits or Cape Town University of Cape Town and others, Stellenbosch universities and others for research and collaborations. Indeed, one of the researcher from Cape Town is actually working on AI-based medicine, pharmaceutical designing that can really target most optimal chemical design product drug compositions for African genetic makeup. So for the product development, they can work with the Korean partners. So that is one of the things that can be worked. Another is tech transfer, as I mentioned before. There are quite a number of vaccine and diagnostic companies in Korea who wants to work with the South African manufacturers so that they can have a manufacturing partner in African continent, so that Korean and South African manufacturer together can target a wider African continental vaccine or diagnostic public procurement market. So the product can be first developed in Korea, but manufactured in South Africa, or together with the South African manufacturers and Korean biopharmaceutical manufacturer together. There can be more greater market that can be created in African continents and really see the economic value together as a companies, but also really be partners in coming up with innovative product that is really in needs for African continents together between South Africa and Korean biomanufacturing partners. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. I'll ask Dr. Zarima if he has any comments.
Is this on? Oh, yeah. So I'll just try and keep it brief to the points that have been raised. The issue of monitoring strategy is an important thing, I think. Thank you for that suggestion. I hadn't really thought about it in the sense of as a potential solution to some of the issues that the healthcare system might be facing. But because we always assume that we have mechanisms in place, but sometimes they fail. And sometimes you need mechanisms for other mechanisms, you know, but I won't get into that. It's a rabbit hole. The issue on exclusion of mental health services, I think even though my PhD wasn't really focused on that, I do understand the point you're raising. And I think that we may need, for example, the issue of monitoring to effectively find out, because I think the health system often faces a challenge of balancing priorities, which is what I mentioned with regards to the COVID issue, that other things had to come second and we had to prioritize saving lives. So sometimes it happens that other pressing health issues could be put on hold or perhaps put in second place. And that is an issue that is always going on constantly. So I always think that perhaps, even though the policies are very good, implementation of the policies is a key thing. And I think that South Africa needs to put a little bit of more effort into making sure that the policies are effectively implemented. The issue of rural areas, I think that the point that was raised last was whether we looked at rural areas, and because in many cases, research is only done in urban areas, is that correct? So yes, I think when I mentioned the issue of provincial disparities, that was one of the issues I was alluding to, that in some provinces like the Western Cape, there's so much progress that has happened, but in other provinces, you might not have basic infrastructure. So we're quite aware of that, I am at least. Part of bridging the gap requires putting more funding into these underserved and underdeveloped areas. And I cannot promise you how much money or how long it will take, but I know that as a strategy, we need to be on the same level before we can talk about having softwares that work across the entire country. So I do agree with your point, and I think it's a very important one. Thank you.
Okay, are there more questions? One here from Ambassador. We are running a little over, but we'll make this the last round. Thanks, Ambassador, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Zodwa Lali Dirko. I don't know, I suppose because I'm a bureaucrat, I'm a civil servant, and this is about government, not to be defensive, but I'd like to raise just a couple of issues. And that is the place of the point of departure for government and government policy is in the provision of public goods for all the citizens. And the point of departure for the private sector is a profit motive. And there's nothing the matter with that. Profit is not a dirty word. But I think it would be important for us to recall that we come at this issue from those two different perspectives. And I was also thinking this whole issue of centralizing people's data, how do you square the whole with the whole POPI Act and safeguarding people's confidentiality, because data is the new gold. So I'd like your views on that. But other than that, I really think that wherever possible, and common cause can lead to better outcomes for everyone, it is indeed desirable for social partners to work together, that being government, the private sector, civil society, and even NGOs. But I think that from a government perspective, as a civil servant, I do believe quite strongly that the principle of subsidiarity, firstly, is very important, and I'm glad you've raised the issues around differences across various provinces. But there's a point at which the buck stops with somebody. And in a functioning state, that somebody is the government. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further comments? Yes.
Hi, firstly, thank you for the opportunity.
Just introduce yourself.
Sorry, my name is Nalishai. I'm here in my profession as a legal practitioner. I actually just wanted to, I know your doctors will probably address the ambassador's question, but I also just wanted to maybe introduce the room to something that's currently in the legal profession since COVID, was that we have these systems called case lines and court online. So because people couldn't physically attend to court, the system of getting case numbers, having matters heard, whether it's divorce, criminal, all these matters in Gauteng specifically have moved online, and they have managed to implement systems. Because you are legal practitioners, there is an oath. And I think this is a very good, it's a very good way to, it's a very good system to mirror with the healthcare system, because there is an oath by healthcare professionals, which speaks to the privacy concerns that the ambassador has, that as legal practitioners, when working with this digital system, that oath still remains. And so the way you deal with that information, you would deal with it as you would if you were working with physical paper, in terms of confidentiality, in terms of addressing the parties, in terms of ensuring that adults and minors alike are protected in terms of the POPI Act. I just wanted to maybe, as the doctors take over and answer their questions, just put that in the room and maybe put that as a suggestion, as a system that can be duplicated in the healthcare system that the legal system is currently using and still protects the rights and identities of clients in the legal space.
Thank you very much. I don't see any more hands. So I'll ask Dr. Zarima just to respond, and then we'll go to Dr. Lee if he has any final comments, and then we will wrap up. And lunch will be served immediately after this. And please be back ready to rumble at 1:15.
Okay, thank you very much. So I do agree with these points. And first of all, the POPI Act is one of the key examples we could use to illustrate the point that we have good policies and legislation in place to manage and regulate these things. I think we do. I think the government really does a great job with that. Where we fall short sometimes is just compliance in some cases, and it's not a case of government only, it could be in private sector as well. But in my experience, or at least from my findings, it seems that the most effective or the most successful case studies of systems that have been implemented are those where there's been collaboration between different stakeholders. And that is private, public, NGOs as well, different kinds of people, including users, as I've mentioned before. And I think it's always important to, even though sometimes, like one of the speakers spoke about the buck stopping with one person, and at some point it'll be the government. I think sometimes it's used as a scapegoat because the efforts really start from the government too. So it's also something to consider. But ultimately, I think the policies are in place. We haven't gotten far enough to seeing where they fall short because implementation is only like at its early stages. In some places it's been advanced, but I think some of the issues we can begin to pick them up as we work on, implementing more and more systems. And I think the POPI Act can be used in different, not just in healthcare, but also in the legal system or in other systems or in the economy. And so I think that part of making this work is trying it out. And I think it hasn't been tested enough to see whether we have, what we could improve. And I think if you're implementing systems like electronic health records, the strategies of implementation mostly include testing out, piloting, and seeing what works and what doesn't. And if you're collaborating with different partners and people who have done it or countries that have done it, you can learn and draw lessons from what they've gone through as well. Thank you.
Dr. Lee, have you got any final comment?
Okay, so I think I will just try to zero in to the Honorable Ambassador's point. Indeed, I actually I'm coming maybe originally less from the industry background, more from the public health background. But there is this aspect of so I really value the public health impact, social impact that all these efforts, even though we involve support of research and development of industry partners, also including research partners, researchers, we value the importance of the ultimate public health improvement impact, especially with impact on improving health equities and also increasing accessibilities to latest health technologies to the general populations. Having said that, but I think one of the important lessons learned throughout COVID-19 global pandemic was at one point we need to work with industry partners. We need to work with industries, innovations, capacities, manufacturing capacities. They have to develop products so that product can be used for the benefit of the general public. So I think oftentimes in our foundation, we are saying we are trying to kill two birds with one stone. So while we are trying to create the health social impact value, we also try to create a sustainable environment where the private sector can be sustained to continuously churn out innovative product which can be available for the general publics. But through this process, I think what we can really do, especially with between Korea and South Africa, is that we can really target not just Korean market or South African market, but there is a continental African public health market for vaccines, diagnostics, and therapeutics for many of the diseases that are in immense priority in the continental level. And with a model like what Gavi is doing, they are promoting this aspect of advanced market commitments. So if there can be some kind of a contractor relationship with manufacturers in the continental sides for extended period of times, then because of the sheer size of economy of scale effect, we can ultimately lower the price while the companies can sustain their capacities as a business. So while we value the business value, I think we can still try to target appropriate level of price. And also, as we really focus on public procurement process, which can really procure the drugs or vaccines and diagnostic tool for health population at large, I think there is a room that we can work on this, especially as South African partners and Korean partners, one with the technologies, one with the knowledges on the African continent. I think there are like various value and opportunity that we can target for those two partners in both countries, while we can really come up with ingenious innovations that can really be solutions for some of the unsolved health problems that are many of the people in Africa are suffering. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please give a big hand to our panelists. It seems to me there are lots of areas for collaboration. Partnerships work best when both put in something and both take something out. And just on a final note, I was very interested to hear that South Africans are the third highest number of teachers of English in Korea. So we're hoping for some good South African accents in a few years' time. They'll speak proper English like the rest of us. Thank you. There'll be lunch until 1:15. Please be back ready to start at 1:15. Thank you.
Will be served at the Koi restaurants. So we take a left and then a right into the restaurants. There'll be a team from Saya to lead you to lunch. Can we please get a photograph of the panel, please? Well, we've lost our online speaker.
Good afternoon. Do you hear me? Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Ms. Rubich. Mr. Bully, are you there? Good afternoon. Yes. I hope you hear me without any problem.
Can we start taking our seats? We're going to start in about 2 minutes. Thank you very much, everyone. We're moving on to our last session. I hope everyone had a very good lunch and is really excited for this final session. I know I am. So we're going to be speaking about Korea, Africa in human resource development and women's empowerment. And I'm going to take the privilege of being at this podium and to say that I would like to add on youth as well as an important aspect. The Korea Africa Summit earlier this year had the slogan of the future we make together. And I think that youth, and especially Africa's youth, is very important to this discussion. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce my panelists. We have Dr. Young Pai, who's joining us online. He is a senior program specialist at the Korean National Commission for UNESCO. And I'd like to call my panelists to come in who are joining us in person. So we've got Dr. Siphumelele Duma. He is a senior postdoctoral research fellow at the Institute for Pan-African Thought and Conversation, based at the University of Johannesburg. We have Dr. Kunya Kim, who is a senior researcher at the Overseas Economic Research Institute at the Exim Bank. And finally, but not least at all, we've got Ms. Ovanda Kumalo. She is a programs officer at the Youth at SIA program. Round of applause for our panelists, please. So I'm going to hand over to Dr. Pike, who's going to present first, and then we'll move on to some response by Dr. Duma.
Okay, do you hear me? There is no problem, right? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and good evening from Seoul. First and foremost, thank you for inviting me to participate in this significant session of the Korea-South Africa Future Dialogue. And it's a really privilege to connect with such a distinguished audience, even across time zones and through a virtual platform. My name is unpacked, and I serve as a senior program specialist at the Korean National Commission for UNESCO. And over the years, my academic and professional journey has been deeply rooted in international cooperation, peace building, and Africa's development. So it's truly an honor to share insights shaped by my roles both within UNESCO and as an Africanist as well. And I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to the Embassy of the Republic of Korea, the Korea Africa Foundation, and the South Africa Institute of International Affairs for hosting this impactful and timely conference. So now let me share my screen with you. Okay, so I guess you can see my screen. Okay. Before I begin, I'd like to let me briefly outline the key points I'll be covering today to give you a clear sense of the overall structure and flow of my presentation. I'll start by looking at UNESCO's major role in global education, and this will provide the context for understanding how its initiatives contribute to equitable, inclusive, and quality education worldwide. Then I will revisit an example from history, UNESCO's contribution to post-war Korea in the 1950s. And this case highlights how targeted support for education can drive long-term national development, a relevant lesson for discussion today. And from there, I will shift the focus on the 2024 Korea-Africa Summit, and I will explore and unpack the major outcomes and joint commitments made during the summit with a special emphasis on the education sector. And following that, I will discuss the way forward, how we can build mutually beneficial partnerships by aligning Africa's unique needs with Korea's comparative advantage. And here I will also touch upon some of the limitations of Korea's competition-driven educational policy, which offers valuable lessons for African countries that may face similar challenges in the near future. And finally, I will offer some practical policy recommendations, and these strategies will emphasize the importance of tailoring initiatives to Africa's specific educational context while ensuring sustainable and impactful cooperation. So let me begin by highlighting UNESCO's mission and its unique role in global education. As a UN specialized agency, UNESCO, pursuant to its constitution, works to build peace, eradicate poverty, and promote sustainable development and intercultural dialogue. It carries out this mission by focusing on education, the sciences, culture, and communication and information. And what's especially distinctive about UNESCO is its leadership in education. It's the only UN agency with a mandate covering all levels and aspects of education, let's say from childhood, early childhood to higher education, and even lifelong learning. And UNESCO is at the forefront of global efforts to ensure equitable and quality education for all. And one of the most powerful aspects of UNESCO's work is how it tailors its approach to meet the specific needs of countries of its member states. For least developed countries or LDCs, UNESCO focuses on foundational priorities like literacy education and basic science education, which are indeed crucial for addressing immediate challenges. But at the same time, in highly developed countries, UNESCO provides a platform for forward-thinking discussions, helping these countries prepare for the futures of education and adapt to emerging global trends. So by combining this tailored approach with its global mandates, UNESCO remains a vital partner for countries at all stages of development, ensuring that its efforts are both inclusive and impactful. Now let's take a look at UNESCO's contribution to Korea during the post-war periods, especially the educational planning mission in 1952. And in the aftermath of the Korean War, Korea faced immense challenges in rebuilding its education system. So UNESCO stepped in to provide critical support, and to address the situation, 6 experts were selected and dispatched to Korea. And their mission was to carry out a detailed field investigation across all 9 provinces and the special city of Seoul back then. And during this investigation, they observed all the existing types of educational work, everything from primary schools to higher education institutions. And by doing this, they were able to get a full picture of the educational challenges the country was facing at the time. And on December 1st, 1952, the mission submitted a comprehensive report based on their findings. And this report not only outlined the states of Korea's education system, but also provided some kind of recommendations on how to rebuild and improve it. And now let me highlight another critical milestone in Korea's post-war recovery, the establishment of a national textbook printing plant in 1954. The United Nations Korean Reconstruction Agency, or UNCRA, played a vital role by allocating a significant sum of $8.5 million to help rebuild South Korea's educational system. And with this support, the government of Korea and UNESCO collaborated closely with UNCRA to establish a textbook printing plant near Seoul, the capital city of Republic of Korea. And this initiative reflects how international cooperation, when aligned with local priorities, can lead to long-lasting and meaningful progress. And it also stands as a powerful example of UNESCO's impact in addressing educational challenges during times of crisis worldwide. So this is one picture of the UNESCO-supported national textbook printing plant in post-war Korea in the 1950s. Another photo of the power of the plant, inside of the plant with the machine. And this is the actual national textbook printed with UNESCO support at the time. So what impact did UNESCO support for education in post-war Korea actually have? Well, let me share a powerful story with you here. In 2012, former UN Secretary General Mr. Ban Ki-moon visited UNESCO headquarters in Paris. And during his visit, he brought along a very special item, a national textbook, a science textbook he had used as a student, this one. And he handed it over to UNESCO and explained that this textbook had been printed at the National Textbook Printing Plant established in Korea in 1954 with support from UNESCO. And he shared how, as a young boy, he studied using textbooks made in the plant. And those books gave him the opportunity to learn and grow. And he said that they ultimately helped him become the person he is today, including serving as a Secretary General of the United Nations. And he said, and I quote, "When I am asked as a Secretary General the secret of my country's economic development and political maturity in a short period, my answer is simple, it's education." So this story is a perfect example of just how transformative education can be, not only for individuals, but for the entire nations, countries. And it shows us that investing in education and human resources is absolutely essential to driving development and creating a brighter future. And this brings us to an important connection between the past and the present. And UNESCO's contribution to post-war Korea demonstrate the transformative power of education in driving national development and creating opportunities for future generations. And with this in mind, let's now shift our focus to the present day and explore how Korea is building on its own experiences to contribute to global education. And specifically, we'll look at the outcomes of the 2024 Korea-Africa Summit, where education was one of the central themes of the conference. Now, we'll take a moment to reflect on the significance of the first Korea-Africa Summit held earlier this year. And at the summit, leaders came together and they emphasized a shared understanding of something very important, the transformative role of education and human resources development. And Korea's own story in this regard provides a powerful example, as we've just seen. And coming out of the devastation of war, the Korea faced an almost total lack of natural resources. But what Korea did have and what it focused on at that time was its people. And by investing heavily in education and human development, the nation was able to turn challenges into opportunities. And this commitment to education led the foundation for Korea's rapid progress in both economic and social terms. And today, this experience holds particular relevance as Korean and African countries explore new ways to work together towards a mutually beneficial future. And now I'll share with you some of the key elements outlined in the joint commitments from the 2024 Korea-Africa Summit. And these commitments reflect a shared vision for advancing education and human resource development, which are at the heart of our cooperation moving forward. First, there is a strong focus on cultivating talented human resources through education and training, in particular in the fields of science and technology. So this aligns with the mutual goal of equipping the next generation with the skills needed for a rapidly evolving world. And another important initiative is the launch of the Tech for Africa initiative. And this program is designed to enhance the digital capabilities of Africa's youth, empowering them to take full advantage of opportunities in the digital age. And additionally, the commitments include expanding infrastructure for education and research, which will provide the foundation for strong academic and practical learning environments across the continent. We also aim to establish schools for technical and vocational education and training, the TVETs, and these schools will play a critical role in providing hands-on practical skills training that aligns with the needs of local economies. And finally, there is a commitment to expanding scholarship programs such as the Global Korea Scholarships, the GKS, which will provide more opportunities for African students to pursue higher education and training in Korea. And all these elements are not just goals on paper, they represent starting points for what will hopefully become a long-term, impactful partnership between Korea and Africa in the education sector. So having reviewed the major outcomes and joint commitments from the 2024 summits, now I'll shift our focus to what comes next. And in this next section, we'll explore how we can align Africa's unique needs with Korea's strengths to create partnerships that truly benefit both sides. And I'll also touch on some lessons from Korea's education system, both its achievements and challenges as well, that could offer useful insight for African countries as they face similar opportunities and hurdles in the future. Before moving on, I'd like to pause and reflect on why education is so central to today's discussion. As you know, as we all know, Nelson Mandela once said, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. So this statement is important and relevant, especially in the context of Africa's development, because education doesn't just open doors for individuals, it builds stronger communities, drives economic progress, and paves the way for sustainable development. And with that in mind, let's now turn our attention to Africa's educational needs. Before I begin, I should also note that due to time constraints, I won't be able to cover the entire spectrum of Africa's education needs today, of course. But instead, I've chosen to focus on areas that closely align with UNESCO's mandate and the organization's emphasis on education in Africa. The first one is higher education. And South Africa, for example, is a leader in African higher education and demonstrates the significant potential for bilateral cooperation to some kind of, advance this sector across the continent with Republic of Korea. And strengthening tertiary education systems and institutions is essential, as higher education not only fosters innovation, but also drives long-term economic growth and social development. However, Africa still faces considerable challenges, it's true. Despite being the fastest growing region in terms of scientific output, Africa accounts for less than 1% of global research. And moreover, Africa's investment in research and development remains low at just 0.59% of its GDP, compared to a global average of 1.79%. And these numbers underscores a clear gap and highlights the importance of strategic partnership to bridge this divide. And in addition, enrollment in African universities remains relatively low. In 2017, only 15 million students were enrolled, which is less than 10% of the global total of 220 million students. And these statistics reflect the need for greater investments and collaboration to expand access to higher education and elevate its quality. So, having just explored all these challenges, opportunities in higher education and research, now I'll turn our attention to another crucial area, artificial intelligence or AI. AI, as we all know, is not just a trend, it's a transformative force that is reshaping nearly every aspect of human life, from healthcare to agriculture, and from education to governance, and so on. So in this context, it's really vital that Africa keeps pace with these global developments to ensure it is not left behind in the fourth industrial revolution or in the whole process of the global digitalization. And to make this happen, one of the priorities is building the capacity of African countries to adopt and effectively implement AI technologies. And this isn't just about having the tools, it's about creating the knowledge and expertise needed to truly benefit from them. And equally important is empowering individuals, and especially youth, across the continent to take ownership of their personal data and improve data governance. As data becomes one of the most valuable resources of the digital age, helping people across the continents manage their data and improve governance systems will be critical for fostering trust and innovation. And finally, we need to focus on developing digital skills and competencies. Bridging the cognitive and digital divides is essential if we want AI to create opportunities for everyone and not just a few. At its core, this is about more than just technology, once again. It's about empowering people and communities, closing gaps, and unlocking new pathways for growth and development across Africa. And as you can see here, this is another picture from the AI Soul Summit that I brought. This is let's say, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yes. Oh, okay. So, yes, I'm here. Before the picture comes Korea's comparative advantage. So let me now highlight some of Korea's comparative advantage that position it as a valuable partner for Africa, especially in higher education, R&D, and AI education. The first one, first, Korea has successfully integrated its education system with national development goals, and education in Korea has always been aligned with the country's economic priorities, driving industrial growth and innovation. And this model offers insights into how African countries could link their education policies to national development strategies. And second, Korea has a unique ability to combine a global perspective with local adaptation. And this approach allows Korea to adopt global best practices while customizing them to suit local context. For instance, Korea's approach to vocational education blends global models with localized industry needs. The establishment of the so-called Meister High School, tailored to provide skilled workers for Korea's growing industries, is a prime example in this case. And this model, which integrates international best practices with local economic priorities, could inspire similar strategies in Africa, aligning education with regional development and goals. Third, Korea's experience in bridging educational gaps is a testament to its resilience. And despite starting as a war-torn nation with limited resources, Korea has built an education system that ensures access and quality. So this journey can serve as a roadmap for African countries seeking to expand educational opportunities. And next, Korea's focus on R&D and technological development is another key strength. With its robust investment in research and innovation, Korea has created a thriving ecosystem of universities and industries that drive technological progress. And this experience is highly relevant for enhancing research capacities in African higher education institutions. And furthermore, Korea is a leader in advanced AI technology and expertise. National institutions like Korea Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, or KAIST, and government-backed AI initiatives provide cutting-edge knowledge and tools. And Korea's ability to share these resources can significantly contribute to Africa's adoption of AI in education and beyond. And finally, the Korea's digital infrastructure and comprehensive national AI strategy are exemplary. These frameworks not only support technological growth, but also enable effective data governance and skill development. And they offer a blueprint for African nations as they develop their digital and AI ecosystems. So to sum up, in summary, Korea's proven models, technological expertise, and commitments to innovation make it an ideal partner for fostering meaningful collaboration in higher education and AI-driven development. And finally, this is the right place, the AI Seoul Summit. This is a picture of the AI Seoul Summit held this past May in Seoul, Korea. And Korea is not only a leader in advanced AI technologies, as I've just mentioned, but also plays a crucial role in shaping global norms for AI. So this further highlights Korea's comparative advantage in the AI sector when it tries to further broaden and deepen its cooperation with African countries. Now, I'll point out some lessons from Korea's own experience. First, in 1961, Korea was one of the poorest countries in Asia, with a per capita income even lower than that of Ethiopia and Ghana. And at the time, the country had very few natural resources to rely on. But what it did have was a vision and a commitment to investing in its people through education. Then from the late 1990s, Korea had achieved remarkable economic growth. Its per capita income exceeded 10,000 US dollars, and it became Asia's second member of the OECD. And education played a vital role, equipping a new generation with the skills needed to drive innovation, build industries, and lead Korea onto the global stage. So the key takeaway here is that strategic investment in education, especially with a focus on human resource development, can truly transform even the most resource-scarce nations. Okay, so I'll be brief. Yes, this was a first lesson, but we have another lesson, the challenges of competition-driven education system. While Korea's education system had been a driving force behind the country's remarkable economic success, it's also important to recognize some of the challenges that have emerged along the way. One key issue is a culture of intense competition, and another challenge is a growing dominance of private education. As you know, as competition for university placements intensified, public education struggled to maintain its influence, but private institutions stepped in, but their focus has largely been on preparing students for only entrance exams, often sidelining the broader goals of education like creativity and critical thinking. So then what are my suggestions? So these are my suggestions, and this is the end of my presentation. First, for any partnership to be truly mutually beneficial, an accurate assessment of needs is crucial. So I think while some areas of cooperation can be easily identified by aligning Africa's needs with Korea's comparative advantage, development experiences cannot simply transferred or transplanted from one context to another. So regional and cultural differences require careful adaptation to ensure success. And this makes collaboration between government and academia even more important as it lays a foundation for informed strategies and meaningful outcomes. And this is the very last slide of my presentation. The second suggestion, I think that education should never be seen as a standalone or isolated field. Rather, it's a powerful driver that intersects and integrates with numerous areas, whether it's the sciences, culture, health, agriculture, or even peace building. For example, fostering agriculture education can directly enhance food security, and while integrating education with health initiatives can lead to better healthcare systems. So to truly harness the transformative power of education, we need policies and academic frameworks that go beyond the sectoral boundaries. So collaboration between different disciplines and sectors is not just beneficial, it's essential. And this broader interlinked approach will allow us to address complex global challenges more effectively and sustainably. And hopefully through and based on the mutually beneficial cooperation between Korea and many African states. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm very sorry to cut you short there, but I think that was a very interesting and comprehensive overview. And I think there's a lot of food for thought that we can unpack a bit more in the Q&A session. I'm going to ask Dr. Duma now to respond and add to this. And yeah, hand it over to you.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Laura. I have a very somewhat difficult task here, given such a comprehensive discussion around the significance, centrality, and the importance of education for development. You know, it has emerged like for decades now, well, for centuries at this point, and how it has featured prominently in the international development discourse. So maybe if I can just pick up one main line that came out of the, and also Dr. Peck also mentioned it here, that came out of the Korea-Africa Summit, was education is a driver of sustainable development. How significant it is, how you know, of immense importance it is. Where they speak about the trainings, and I'm saying this within the context that we see various national context of how it has proven to be very important, ranging from the first industrial revolution with STEAM generation, the role of science and technology during that period, whether we speak about the second industrial revolution, electrification, the role of science, innovation, and technology. You know, whether we talk about the third industrial revolution, in the role of computation, how education, innovation. Thank you. So, yes, but of course, there's a qualification that is needed in that context, that education in and of itself does not necessarily mean that you're going to, you know, realize all of these development objectives. There are very lot of, you know, deliberate investments that the governments are required to make around the world, as Dr. Peck again highlighted the level of investments that are required on human capital in the African continent, so that you can be able to exploit education, so that you can be able to not only uplift the standards of living for the people, because I think there's a double barrel in the African continent when it comes to, you know, the significance of education. You are trying to inspire economic growth and development so that you can uplift the people out of, you know, very difficult conditions in relation to their standards of living. And then also, of course, there's that of trying to grow a nation so that you can inspire sustainable forms of development. So now that is within the context of, I think it was in the first session earlier in the morning where it came up. I think it was Professor Garth who mentioned that, you know, we live in a continent that has these, you know, abundant natural resources, but at the same time, they coexist with all of these social ills, which is one of the main things that more and more often it becomes really harder to wrap your head around. So obviously, when we speak around these issues, we have a country like South Korea that was able to catch up very successfully with the Industrial Revolution, as you know, that it spread from Britain across Europe and then North America. And then, of course, some part of during the 20th century, South Korea, did catch up very well in relation to that. And then, of course, there's something that we can learn from that. Needless to say, the environment has changed markedly right now from the one during which South Korea developed and industrialized to the one that we're operating in right now. And very significantly within that context is the shrinking policy space, where I can be talking about the formulation and implementation of industrial policies, for example. So there are instances within which there was more room to maneuver during the period in which South Korea managed to catch up. So that is to say, it will be very vital and very important to not try to replicate directly what they did when they were during their catch-up phase, but to see ways in which we can modify those models that they used so that we can apply within our context and be able to also develop within our own very unique context. And I'm saying the very unique context because some 5 years ago, when I was at UP, I attended a book launch, and this title was Reinventing Africa's Development and linking that to the South Korean development model. And that was by then Ambassador Jung Dae Park. So one of the main things that I liked about, that was the former South Korean ambassador. One of the main things I liked about that account of what his experience has been, I mean, he has had a very long history of being within the African continent. But he was then saying, in his understanding of the context within which we are living, that wherever you turn in the African continent, you will find a reason to study and look development. Inevitable. It's one of those things that social ills are governing so many parts of the continent. That development becomes one of the main things that you cannot shy away from. And one of the main things that then again highlight is talking about how diverse Africa is. I'm coming back to this point of diversity because again, the ambassador in his opening remarks earlier in the morning, he did mention that this is a very diverse and unique continent, which means it's not a monolith. You can't just have a single package of ideas that are saying, okay, there you go, implement this, and so that you can, transform your standing and social settings. So these are very important elements and issues that one may want to consider as we are correctly so, trying to understand what those who have gone ahead have gone through and how they have managed to rise on the other side of some challenges. Again, I'm going to come back to this point because of course, human resource development and education is very interlinked in a way. So, and it requires again very deliberate forms of investments across several sectors. This requires a more of a whole government approach so that it can work in a way. So, and while we may be saying that in our context, again, let me just first mention that without a lack of adequate human resource development severely constrains social, economic, and development, right? So almost all human resource development policies will require you to have a very strong education sector so that you can be able to build the skills that can capacitate the generations that they are trying to inspire to promote growth within the context of your country. So now dating back to maybe shortly after the independence in the South African context, I can say that almost every single economic plan that has been adopted has highlighted how important education is and human resource development. So we can be speaking about the reconstruction and development program. We can be speaking about GIA, which was a growth, employment, and redistribution. We can be speaking about ASGISA, which came out in the mid-2000s, which accelerated and shared growth initiative for South Africa. Underscored across all, in no uncertain terms, it's not implied, it is underscored. Education, human resource development, how essential these will be in developing this nation. three main issues that have been at the forefront of every strategy for the South African context. Eliminate poverty, and this again is emphasized with the National Development Plan, which we are currently in the last phase of its implementation, I believe, since this is the Agenda 2030, having come into effect in 2011. So it highlights all of these things, all of these kinds of issues. You are eliminating poverty, you are reducing inequality, and then you are transforming the lives of South Africans by reducing, with the hope of eliminating unemployment in its entirety. Now again, in 2001, the South African government developed the Human Resource Development Strategy that ran between 2001 and 2010, and then again there was another one that is currently in effect from 2010 to 2030, and now which is being implemented in conjunction with the last phase of the National Development Plan, as I've just briefly mentioned. So again, this highlights the vital importance of appropriate national policies to promote human resource development through optimal use of resources, and you're taking into account the importance of education and a whole lot of care programs, because of course, developing a scientist or an engineer begins at the very early stage of a child, and then whether you are speaking about nurturing of children's health, you speak about developing that curiosity at a very younger age, and that is to say, these kind of elements or prerequisites, they require not just a single government department or a sector in a way, but a whole lot of more whole of government approach, because here we speak about social development, we speak about the Department of Basic Education, we speak about Department of Higher Education and Training. These are all kinds of department and sectors that have a very important role to play in ensuring that the country meets all of its development objectives. And then again, I believe in 2019, the government again adopted the white paper on science, technology, and innovation, a very significant one, which was continuing to highlight what I mentioned earlier before I delved deep into my remarks. The science innovation is a very central pillar, when it comes to finding innovative solutions to a lot of social ills that we're experiencing. So the white paper was adopted in 2019, and then 2021, 23 years later, there was a Science, Technology, and Innovation Decadal Plan that was adopted by the Department of Science and Technology to then actualize those, very prominent visions that are highlighted by the white paper. And then the Department of Science and Technology works alongside the country's National Research Foundation. And in implementing this decadal plan, which is ranging between 2022 and 2032. So the main vision around this is, especially in research in the educational sector, is the main four pillars is around transformation, which is to say that all of these measures that are put in place or initiatives, the idea is to make sure that we are conducting transformative research. We're looking at impact, whatever kind of research-related work we are doing, it must be impact-oriented. And then we're speaking both in the context of the research impact, we're speaking about social impact, and then we speak about excellence, that you need to espouse a very high level of understanding and excellence within this context. And then sustainability, of course, which is a theme that kept on coming up in the previous sessions. And then I'm thinking about sustainability. Okay, within the context of RF, there's been sustainability in the case that you are trying to meet the current needs without compromising the future prospect, without the prospect of meeting the needs of the future. But again, there's another element of sustainability when you're saying that you need to develop research in a way that you are able to inspire forms of growth and development that are more sustainable. That will inspire an economic model that is able to sustain the standards of living of the people. And then right now, I'm thinking about how we very much exploit the natural resources within the African continent, but And then, of course, that form of growth or economic model is very, unsustainable in a way, because there can be the fall in prices or the changing in demand, those kinds of resources. And then, of course, it was mentioned earlier that, these are finite natural resources or minerals. They have a challenge of going up to a certain extent. Everyone will recall that, for example, in the early 2000s, there was a period when India and China were embarking on a certain form of growth. And then there was a very high demand of natural resources from the African continent. And then when particular needs were met, and then obviously when the market shifts, they are embarking on different forms of growth, then it became a problem for the countries in the African continent that rely very much heavily on extractive sectors for their own growth and development. Maybe again, to go back to education, one of the main contributors to unemployment in the South African context and inequality, especially among young people, is lower level of education. And we're experiencing a very high rate of dropouts. I saw quite a number of statistics that were raised by Dr. Peck there, that you need to reach a certain level of output within education sectors to be able to reach a particular amount of growth. And it has been rising over the past 3 years, the dropout rates, high school dropout rates in the South African context. And, a whole lot of 15-year-olds are leaving school before they turn the age of 17. And this is a very big problem. And this is a major concern, of course, given that without, those first 12 years of education, we have next to 0% chance of getting it into higher education. And at universities, one of the main, like essentially the first, thing that is required is your graduate certificate. So once you then drop out before you acquire that, it becomes much more of a problem for you as you move further in life to be able to find a more decent living way, which is not to say you cannot be able to do it. The point is that it becomes very hard, it becomes very less likely for you to be able to earn a decent living lifestyle without metric. And this is because in the South African context, there's a very direct linkage between education and income levels that are able to acquire. So it becomes very much of a bigger problem if children are, especially before they turn the age of 17, they drop out of school. And then, of course, we can learn from South Korea how they manage to address those kind of challenges. And again, one of the main challenges we are facing is the brain drain in South Africa. And they talk about trying to develop our human resources sectors, but we have a lot of young people, professionals, very skilled, who are leaving the country. Very technical personnel, intellectuals, they migrate to other more developed parts of the world because of a lot of social ills and socio-economic challenges. So now we have a very big challenges on how, and again, we can learn from, they may not have faced it at some point, because I heard Dr. Peck saying, before its industrialization, South Korea may not have had development or industrial development, but it had its own people. But now in this context of South Africa, I'm wondering if, well, we are still trying to be more developed, but our people are leaving us. So how do we then, if we can have a way of exploiting that, these skilled personnel of the South African natives, how can we, still be able to derive, their expertise when they are in the diaspora? So about 11% of South Africans with higher education, 11%, and that's a very huge number. They are really seriously considering leaving the country. This is a very big problem. So because, every socio-economic development aspiration that the government has, if this is let go, if there's nothing that you're trying to do to try and circumvent, of course, the free people are free to move, but I do think that at a more at an institutional level, something will have to be done to, in a way, try to be able to still benefit from all of this expertise, because sometimes the government do invest in a lot of talents and in a lot of skills that gets acquired. But again, how do we then, how does government benefit the country's with a whole lot of investments in the diaspora. I think we can, and how we can find a way to get that done, because the main thing that the book I spoke about earlier that was introduced to us. And by the way, I don't think it was coincidental that that book launch on reinventing Africa's development was held at an institution of higher learning by the former ambassador. I do think there's a very deliberate attempt, and it was highlighted also earlier on in the morning during the opening remarks, that there's a very, genuine, in a way, desire by South Korea to share its experience with the developing countries across the world, which is, as we have seen, a lot of Africa, since its independence, has been trying to apply different economic models. And the main problem has been just trying to replicate exactly what is happening in one context and trying to put it exactly as it is in one context, which has been mainly becoming a misfit. And I'm saying this because one of the main things highlighted in this book, the overarching theme, while it does speak about Africa being this unique case, the overarching theme that it speaks about is the mindset shift that is required in the African context. If we are to, develop, industrialize, and move beyond the states that the African continent finds itself in, it's the mindset shift. And then you cannot have that mindset shift if a whole lot of these are lacking. You don't have proper investments in science and technology and innovation. You lack investment in, all of the STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics programs for growing up high school and primary education students. So it does not happen by we shouldn't just sit and wish. But I hope that we can have a more different leaders of a different caliber, innovators of a different caliber. A lot of deliberate investments are required to do this. And then you're able to adjust and shift the mindset around these issues. So I think we will have to find a way to circumvent, stop this challenge, especially the school rates by children, and find a way of ensuring that people do not acquire skills, is technical expertise, and then leave the country. There's no way to physically stop them, but of course, I just think that they can be, with all of these, our cooperations and international cooperation with those who have gone before, we can, in a way, find a way to learn from past experiences on how these kinds of challenges have been avoided, circumvented, or solved. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I'm going to move on swiftly, also cognizant of time, to Dr. Kim. I know that you have a presentation. Can we get it up on the screen, please? And if you want to present from here or there. So far, you hear me okay? Okay, the sofa was very cozy, but I need to see my slide properly, so I moved to here. Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you had a nice lunchtime. I'm Kyung Kim from Export Import Bank of Korea. Today's presentation is about the mobile money and the women's empowerment, like how mobile money helps to bridge the financial inclusion gap, empowering women. My presentation is based on my previous research, which is mobile money and women's financial inclusion in Kenya. But today, rather than just introducing my previous research, I'll briefly explain how mobile money can possibly affect women's empowerment. And as you guys thinking, my topic is a bit different with other presenters who more focus on suggesting cooperation and the future dialogue. But don't worry, our next brilliant presenter, Kumalu, who's also in charge of women's empowerment, will suggest a couple of cooperation areas. Okay, today's presentation consists of three parts. First one is why mobile money matters for women.
In this part, I'll explain key benefits of mobile money for financial inclusion and benefit for women. And second part is how mobile money empowers women, then challenges and barriers. In this part, I'll explain the areas still need to improvement to enhance financial inclusion for women. Can you? Before starting the presentation, let's first look at the definition of key terms related to today's topic. First one is financial inclusion. The traditional definition of financial inclusion is providing unbanked and vulnerable people with appropriate, adequate, and affordable and timely financial services like remittances, savings, and loans through formal financial institutions like a commercial bank. So services from informal financial providers are excluded from the standard definition of formal financial inclusion. And second, mobile money. I think we all know what mobile money means. Mobile money is digital financial services that allow people to store and send and receive money through their mobile phone without needing a traditional bank account and without smartphone. So it's widely used in areas with limited access to banking service, especially in developing countries. And mobile money services are typically provided by mobile network operators through a simple mobile application or SMS interface. But nowadays, mobile money operators have launched various mobile money services or products in partnership with the commercial banks or other institutions to provide more formal and finance-linked, stable, safer, and wider range of services. And women's empowerment is process by which women gain power, agency, and control over their lives, enabling them to contribute meaningfully to society and pursue personal and professional goals on equal terms with men. So empowering women is crucial not only for achieving gender equality, but also for broader social and economic development. Why are women more often excluded from formal finance compared to men? There are several reasons that explain the gender gap in use of financial services, which can be classified as demand side and supply side barriers. Of course, these barriers can be issued that both men and women, but they occur more frequently in women. The demand side barriers include by low income, low levels of education, lack of decision-making power, self-esteem, and customary low. And the supply side barriers include documentation requirement to open a bank account and use financial services and limited bank branch and typical bank opening hours that clash with women's working hours and financial product features that may not meet women's requirements and preference for male customers. In terms of demand side constraints, low levels of education, technical skills, and strong cultural aspect of male mentality have meant that many financial institutions lack confidence in women, seeing them as lacking management skills and making them reluctant to allow women to use their financial services. As a result, financial institutions often treat women as risky customers related to men and prefer speaking to their male relatives or husband. And also, women's high dependency on informal finance has played an important role in stopping women from exploring formal sector alternatives. There have been significant improvement regarding these issues in many developing countries. For example, nowadays, banks try to reduce barriers to open a bank account to attract new customers like women and low-income people by providing bank account with lower transaction fees. But these are still very big issues in some developing countries where the level of women's financial inclusion is still low. And when it comes to supply side constraints, it is difficult for women to provide documents that banks require regarding proof of identity, thank you, address occupation and income because most of them work in informal sector or have part-time jobs. And limited physical hours and typical bank opening hours constrain women far more than men because they are less mobile than men. I'll explain this later. So as a result, these circumstances in formal financial sector make women depend more on informal finance like a group saving to access lump sums or to borrow money. And these traditional barriers create an environment where women face greater financial exclusion, leading to reliance on informal financial channels, which often lack stability and security. Then what are the key benefits of mobile money for financial inclusion compared to other financial institutions? First one is wireless network access. So mobile money relies on a wireless network rather than the infrastructure of traditional banking. And these wireless-based access offers several advantages. First one is broad coverage. Since mobile money network reach remote and underserved area, people in the rural regions where physical banks may be scarce can still access mobile money services because mobile money use mobile networks. And second one is no need for physical branches. So mobile money eliminates the need for costly branches, reducing overhead cost and allowing service providers to offer lower transaction fees compared to bank. And second one is ease of registration. This helps people who have traditionally faced barriers to formal financial services due to complex requirements and bureaucracy. So unlike traditional bank accounts that often require various documents like proof of identity, residence, or income, mobile money accounts generally only need a valid SIM card and national ID and a mobile phone. And this simplicity allows users with a limited documentation to access financial services. Then third one is enable small transactions. The mobile money's ability to handle small transactions without extra fees or minimum balance requirement is highly beneficial. So people in low income need to make a small daily transactions, and the mobile money allows them to send, receive, and store even small amount without additional cost or balance penalties which bank impose. And this enables users to do micro savings and spending whenever they want. And the next one is convenience of use. So mobile money's user-friendly design ensure a broad appeal and high usage rates. The accessibility of mobile money through basic mobile phone is a key because it enables people without smartphone or internet access to engage in financial transactions. And this particularly impactful in the low-income regions where internet access and smartphone penetration are limited. And these factors have enabled the mobile money to play a significant role in improving financial inclusion as a financial tool. Next slide, please. Okay. Then what are the key benefits of mobile money, especially for women? First one is increased accessibility and convenience. As I mentioned earlier, traditional financial services require physical access to bank branches, which can be challenging for women who are time poor or limited mobility due to the heavy burden of housework or caregiving responsibilities or social norm restricting their travel. And mobile money allows them to conduct financial transactions from home, removing the need to visit distance bank. And next one is safe storage for saving. So mobile money provides a safe and reliable means of storing money as an essential feature highly valued by women, especially those with limited or no access to secure banking options. So traditionally, many women had to keep cash at home, which posed risk of theft, misuse by family members, or spending on unplanned purchases. But the mobile money offers a virtual wallet that secure that their money accessible only through their personal mobile device. And women sometimes face security concerns when carrying cash or visiting financial institutions in certain regions. And mobile money enables safer cash release and transactions that help women securely manage their finance. And third one is increasing financial independence. So mobile money can give women more control over their finances, helping them save, budget, and manage their funds without needing approval from male family members, which can be empowering women, encouraging their financial independence and autonomy. And the last one is improved saving habit and financial literacy. So since mobile money account allow small amounts to be saved, women find it easier to build up savings over time. And this makes mobile money serving as a stepping stone for improved financial literacy as it introduces women to basic financial management skills and encourages a habit of saving. Over time, this habit can lead to greater financial stability and secure for women and their families. And many mobile money platforms include financial education features, which can also help women gain knowledge about budgeting and other financial practice. Then how mobile money empowers women? First one is enhanced economic participation. So mobile money has opened up new economic opportunities for women, especially those involved in the informal sector. Women who operate small businesses or participate in street vending can now use mobile money to handle transactions with the customers, pay for supplies, and save profit. And this integration of mobile money into their business transactions improves their operational efficiency and helps them separate personal and business finances. And women can better manage and grow their income, that contributing more significantly to household finances and enhancing their economic role. And second one is reduce the dependency on the male family members. So in many communities, financial institutions often require male consent or co-signing for women's banking activities. And this creates a barrier to financial autonomy. And mobile money allows women to manage their own finance independently without needing approval or oversight from husband or male relatives. And by using mobile money services, women can perform financial transactions discreetly and keeping their savings and expenditures private. And this independence is crucial for enhancing women's financial decision-making power, by extension, their empowerment within household. And the third one is women can manage household fund more effectively with the mobile money. And this can also increase their decision-making power and respect within the household. And last one is enhance the social empowerment. So as more women access and use mobile money for various purposes, cultural norms around the gender and financial power can shift. So women are increasingly seen as financially capable, which can challenge traditional gender norms and promote greater gender equality. And empowered with the financial resources and tools, women are better positioned to take on leadership roles within their communities and contribute to local decision-making. But there are still some areas that need improvement to enhance financial inclusion for women. First one is limited access to mobile phone. So in many regions, women are less likely than men to own a mobile phone, which is essential for accessing mobile money. Factors like cost, cultural norms, and security concern limit women's phone ownership and usage, particularly in rural area. And second one is low levels of digital and financial literacy. So many women, especially in low income or rural communities, have limited experience with mobile technologies, which can hinder their ability to use mobile money services confidently and securely. And third one is social norms and cultural constraints. So in some culture, traditional gender roles discourage women from handling finances or accessing financial services independently. And again, this may limit women to basic functions rather than exploring various financial products. And first, affordable issues. So the cost of mobile phones, SIM cards, and the regular data or transaction fees can be prohibited for women, especially in low-income households. And the fifth, network and service infrastructure issues. So there are various problems of using mobile money, like connectivity challenges and lack of network coverage problems. But I think the most important one is network instability. So as the number of mobile money users increases, network stability has become a significant concern. And in cases where a specific telephone company dominates the market and hold a large customer base like Safaricom in Kenya, frequent network issues are inevitable if there isn't sufficient investment in the network stability. For example, Kenya's M-Pesa has collaborated with various institutions to offer diverse products, but as usage has surged, network failure have become frequent, sometimes lasting 6 to 8 hours and sometimes whole day. So during my fieldwork, almost all people interviewed regarding mobile money services point to network stability as a critical area for improvement. So to sum up today's presentation, of course, mobile money remains an imperfect channel, and its capacity to overcome structural drivers of gender inequality and gender role must not be overstated. It still has several technical shortcomings, as I mentioned, like the network instability and sometimes remittance error. And also, it does not solve serious social issues like gender inequality and the discrimination toward women. But through today's presentation, I need to stress the importance of financial inclusion as a way of addressing some of the inequality women face, and shows that mobile money can play a role in facilitating women's financial empowerment, and which can also possibly affect women's economic and social empowerment. Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much. I'm going to hand over to our last speaker. Kamalo, you're going to stand at the podium.
Thank you. The first time I've had to raise a mic, so just bear with me. All righty. Thanks, everyone. Can everyone in the back hear me? Hope so. It doesn't get louder than that. And thanks, everyone. Good afternoon. A huge thank you to all partners for organizing a really important dialogue and a fantastic lunch. My name is Alwande Kumalo, and by way of introduction, I am a huge, huge fan of quotas. I know this is going to sound kind of controversial, but bear with me. I love a good gendered quota, racially based quota, class-based quota. I think it's really important to see where we are in terms of society and where we still need to be, right? So in the spirit of doing that, I'm going to have a pretty interactive discussion, if that's all right. And I must preface that I did rewrite the speech in the middle of the first section, because the speech I did write over the weekend, I was like, oh my goodness, it's sounding very similar to the previous speakers. So I'm going to try to just merge the two. But just by way of hands up, or you can stand up and speak if you'd want to, does anyone know how many of the COP28 presidency were women? Or women presenting individuals took up those roles? So there was about plus minus 78 people part of the COP28 presidency. How many of those people were women? You can shout out a number. Maybe there's a prize, maybe there isn't. Only one, so we have one. 7 at the back. We have 1 7 at the back. Do I hear another number? 1 7 at the back. Anyone? 3? So we have 1 7 and 3, everything below 10, right? It was alleged that there were 8 out of 78 individuals. COP29 presidency, how many women? Even less, we have a 9. 8, 9, 8. Oh, it's getting safe, very close. Anyone has a different answer? 6, 9, 8, 6. All right, see, I'm going to keep that one guessing, right? So I think it's really important that we actually quantify how many people are in the room, what types of people are in the room, and why those people are in the room. So I'd like to really applaud all the organizers, and I don't say this as a staff of SIRE, but just of having a very youthful panel. This panel is extremely youthful, learned, so just a huge, huge congratulations on that. And the previous, no comments. They were all great panels, but just the congratulations on this one. So when we speak of relations between 2 different states, relations between 2 different actors, specifically ones that carry the tenets of shared growth, shared sustainability, and shared solidarity, a lot of the times we have similar conversations, right? Majority of the room will say those are good things. That's what we should be working towards, and we should be learning from other areas of society that really premise on that and really focus on that, right? Very few people in the room will be like, no, we don't want that. We don't want an isolist agenda. And in the spirit of having shared growth, I would like to really focus on the really important summit that happened in June this year, the Korea South Africa Summit, or the Korea Africa Summit rather. And the overall goal of developing, goal it had rather, of developing a mutually beneficial relationship for both actors, and the need for strategic cooperation between both Korea and Africa was committed to being based upon mutual respect, mutual solidarity, and lessons learned from similar historical or sharing similar historical experiences, right? So I'd like to further focus and advocate that in developing this mutually beneficial investments and trade, both in the near and the far future, I really would like to encourage us, if I hold any authority to do so, that we ought to formally strengthen the inclusion of those known as marginalized groups, right? Be it women, be it young people, be it children, be it differently abled beings, be it members or individuals of the LGBTQIA+ communities, in the spirit of fostering sustainable shared growth. I would also like for us to call for the global order to consistently and seriously recognize imperative roles that both Korea and South Africa play in the international system of states, and really just echo the thoughts from early on of saying that we should no longer be taking the back seats in sustaining the global order as it is and changing and being positive disruptors of the world, but we really should take our rightful place at the front and center and co-creating what the international system of states must be. In the spirit of shared sustainability and shared solidarity, I would also like to argue that you cannot have shared growth, shared sustainability, shared solidarity without having it being rooted and based in intersectionality. So the idea of intersectionality being that I am who I am consistently and every way that I go, every room that I am, every room that I'm in, every deal that I believe in or every deal that I'm a part of, and all spheres of the world, right? That's not changing. The call of diversity, the globalized call of diversity, which is really taking center stage in both the formal political arena and in policy formation, forces us to recognize how vastly different the world is, right? But also how wonderful that difference is. Discussions as such and imperative dialogues as such really do force us to further not only recognize that, but formally strengthen what that actually means in terms of actions. So the mandate of intersectionality, which I think is the mother of diversity, is that it forces the GT bearers of power of the world to really encourage and recognize what does representation look like in the world, both from the top down and from left to right. So So I really want to take this opportunity to ask us once again, just how representative is the world that we live in today, both from a national level, from our responsive states, to a regional level, from our responsive regional blocks, as well as to a global order in terms of our globalized world that we live in. So when we think of really imperative discussions from a South African perspective, heading into adopting the G20 presidency or taking over the G20 presidency, the further formalizing the Korea Africa Summit, COP29 that's currently happening, and very important global orders that are currently taking place. Just what do these proceedings actually look like? I had the absolute privilege, and I must say this because my boss is sitting right in front of me, of working at SIA and being a part of the youth programs, which is the best program at SIA. And with that, I also have the absolute privilege of going around South Africa and directly capacitating and building and training young representatives, young delegates, and young negotiators of South Africa, right? And I'm still yet to meet a single young person who doesn't center the tenets of intersectionality in what they want to bring in, whether it's a national, regional, or global scale, whether they prioritize it and it's the be all and end all of what they really want to speak of, whether it's something that is mandated by government or something that we had the opportunity to co-create. I'm still yet to meet one who doesn't recognize how important diversified actions and commonalities are in the world. I'm hoping I don't, because I'm not too sure how I will deal with that. But in the spirit of saying that, I would really like us to transition our policies, our thought processes, and our decision-making capabilities in all the respective fields that we work with. It's financial, policymaking, political, community-based organizations, civil societies, and focusing on the fact that without women, without differently abled individuals, without young people, without children, and without members of the LGBTQI community, there can be no progress. Simply put, there can be no shared growth, no shared sustainability, and no shared, what's the last one? Solidarity. So I want to ask us once again, what type of future do we want to live in? Do we want to live in one that really truly does belong to all of us and all of our difference, or do we want to live in the one that we currently have? And let's go get her. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. And a round of applause for the whole panel, please. We have run out of time, so I don't think we're going to take any questions in this one. And I'm not going to try and summarize because I think it was a very comprehensive and very interesting discussion. But I think just to say 3 key E's that I took from this discussion, and that's educating the people, empowering the people, and making sure that our policies are effective. And with that, I'm going to hand over to Elizabeth for closing.
We need a picture first of the panel. So I won't be in the picture, but we will, if you can zoom in on our participant from Korea, Professor Pike. Bring him forward in the Zoom. Can we have him? There we go, we have him. Okay.
Do you see me? Okay.
All right, good. You're in the picture. Okay, let me search. I want a picture. Okay, are you taking a picture? And just a very big thank you to Dr. Peg for waiting. It's quite late in Korea at the moment, so we really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
You got the picture? There's the picture man. Okay. Has he got it? Brilliant. Okay, thank you. So, I mean, I don't want to, I think it's been a really fascinating day. I think we've really covered a great deal of ground. Starting off in the morning was really setting out what the Africa-Korea Summit sought to do and to build on in terms of economic cooperation, in terms of political cooperation, in terms of cultural people-to-people and so on. And then we really also looked at how we can work together in the G20, given that South Africa will be chairing it, Korea is a member, and Korea has played a very important role in the development discourse in the G20. And then, of course, really a fascinating discussion before lunch on health and areas of cooperation. And there's a great deal of overlap there between when you're having a conversation around health and public health policies and vaccines and the issue of science and technology and so on. And then, of course, this afternoon, which was about human resource and human capacity building, which is also speaking to those issues around that we spoke about this morning, which is really about also the opportunities created, not just for education across the board. And obviously that's an area where in Africa we really need to ramp up, but it's also very much about R&D and science and innovation. And I think you alluded to it, Duma. I think you made a point which I'm sort of going to drag a little out, and I'll say education is absolutely critical, but so are the systems that then enable it and encourage it. And over lunch, we were having a really interesting discussion around the brain drain. And I think you also spoke to it. It's so important actually to be able to have a system that produces educated people who can contribute to the economy, but at the same time, a system that is able to create incentives to retain them, and often also to have the infrastructure that enables them to actually progress in their chosen field. So if you have somebody who does nuclear technology or whatever in a country that really doesn't have the opportunity to really enable that person to build up something in that country, you're invariably going to lose him. So there is a whole ecosystem when we're thinking about education that we need to consider, that these things don't happen in isolation. I don't know if I took your sort of point and really extrapolated it, Duma, but I thought that was an interesting thought that came to my mind as well. Anyway, with that, let me thank in the first instance the Embassy of Korea, Ambassador Yang, your entire team. It's always a great pleasure to work with you. Let me thank the Korea Africa Foundation, with whom we also have a partnership. Also good to have Seoul National University Asia Africa Center. I also want to say a very, very big thank you to my team, all of them: Steve, Luanda, Dumi, Refilwe, Laura, Isabel. Thank you guys. We sort of managed to pull it off, and it was a really great. Chrismon, Nancy, Kachi. Okay, this is a bit like the Oscars. If you leave somebody out, you're in real trouble. So really big thank you to all of you who were involved, and yeah, I hope there's lots of food for thought that you take away this afternoon, and looking forward to the next venture. Thank you all very much.
Did I keep the card? Pois. Itu pelakon lah testingnya di mana? Itu pelakon lah testingnya di mana? Next, it's still playing. Oh. Oh. Good job.
Sige.
Unang tuwing pagod tayo, ba't sa may laro? 8.